Какие же девчонки гибкие. Как
ВТБ вклад. Со ставкой до 20%. Можно получать проценты на вклад и еще больше приумножать доход. Или на карту и тратить проценты каждый месяц.
О, да у тебя новый талант открылся.
Это у меня ВТБ вклад открылся на гибких условиях.
ВТБ. Все получится.
Kitchen, безграничен. Level Kitchen, безграничен. Level Kitchen, вкус отличен.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Если радио, то максимум.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Читайте в апрельском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Какие минусы обнаружили у дизельного китайского внедорожника? Зачем немцы копируют китайские автомобили? Почему зубные врачи становятся лучшими водителями-дальнобойщиками? Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Happy New Drift, dear friends. Hello, hello, and welcome to Moscow Raceway. And this time, One more time, we are welcoming the first event of another season of RDS Grand Prix, the 16th season of Russian Drift Series and the principal drifting championship of our country, one of the major ones in the world and, of course, the best one for us. And we're about to start it here in this warm, nice spring atmosphere. The temperature is about 0, so we want to express all our love and respect to the spectators who came here no matter what. You are just amazing, guys, and so cold resistant. But as far as the processes we're about to witness today is the qualifying in top 32. And here is one important fact that we've got now in the qualifying. It is a draw, a random draw. And now this random draw distributed all the top contenders around the list. But probably at the beginning of the list, this layer of top drivers is slightly thicker. And there will be a lot to watch. That might be very elegant of me to say that. But, well, these are the drivers, the best drivers our hearts, our souls belong to. We really love you. We can't wait to hear your engines roar. And since yesterday, we've been emerging in this atmosphere. Our judges are already on the breathtaking height. Look, the picture is beautiful. It may look very sunny, but no, it's not. In the morning, it was 0 degrees centigrade. Well, I can speak about it endlessly, and it really horrifies me to see, but the temperature of the asphalt is about 10 degrees centigrade. So you can imagine what nice and how nice and warm it feels. Now let's see the qualifying assignment. This is a general instruction for the leader, for the chaser. And now let's begin with the line. This is the clearest one. There is minimum change. Look at touch and go 3/2. There is a dark zone. This is a new border of the track, which is slightly distant from the actual border of the track. It was changed intentionally by our judges. The track was made slightly narrower. This is a kind of a long clip, which is 140 meters long. And here is what is important here, and I know that you remember that if there are 2 clips between the 2 contenders, it equals to a loss for the chaser. And if these are touch and go 3/1, 3/2, 3/3, this would not be a 0 because they all belong to the same touch and go. Here is what you got to remember. Between 3 touch and go 3, there can be 70 meters. And between touch and go 4 and 45, it's 45 meters. So meter-wise, the distance is more or less the same. But this is the rule, and this is what the rules say. Now let's take a look at the next criterion. Here we've got quite a serious change. We've got some changes in the judging this year. Some score has been taken from the style, and we will now see it. And it was given to the angle judge. And now we also have different names. Now Stanislav Dolgich is responsible for the line. Mikhail Davidyans, who has already tried on this judging role, the Winter Cup, will work with us all through the season. Now the angle judge has got 35 points to distribute because fluidity was moved from the style to the angle, which makes sense because fluidity is a parameter that is closely related to the transitions, how smooth they are, how sharp they are when they have to be sharp, how long they are if they have to be long. So the correctness of fulfilling this assignment is now up to the angle judge to evaluate. And the style judge is now only looking to the beauty, to the pace, to the acceleration, to the speed, and corrections in these digital parameters have not really happened, I guess, because the drivers feel quite cheerful, and you can see that the initiation speed is approximately the same as it used to be, over 120. Some of the drivers, some outstanding ones, had 130. But here in this classical configuration of Moscow Raceway that we have been using since 2017, is that unlike other tracks, the maximum speed here is not achieved at the initiation. You get to the maximum speed in about touch and go 2, touch and go 3/1. This is where the speed reaches its maximum. And then the deceleration occurs in the deceleration zone, which is marked in blue before touch and go 4. Also, Moscow Raceway is really special because when you go reverse, the fastest area is also when you go uphill, when you're climbing up the hill, the last transition, and the speed is maximum, and it is very exciting to see. We were really surprised when we found it out first. But there's one more thing we've got to tell you. This is the profile of the road coverage. It is slightly tilted inward. It makes this turn pretty tricky. This is the area where the car, due to the gravity, wants to go inward, but you should never let it do this. This is why the clips are arranged along the outer side of the track. We've got 2 dotted lines, these 2 fresh ones. We are trying not to look at the old ones. They are here since last year. We are mostly interested in the current season, the fresh dotted lines. You see that the deceleration zone border has been moved, and why it's so important, because this is where from time to time the cars may crash. We have seen it during the practice sessions, and I know that the passion of the drivers will of course push them to go faster, so it may happen anywhere, and depending where it happens in the deceleration zone, before or after, the judges will make up their minds about the guilty party. As far as the line assignment is concerned, there is also some innovation. First of all, the size of the touch-and-go squares has shrinked. Now we've got numbers on the track so that everyone could see which touch-and-go it is. And also, importantly, nothing really changes conceptually in this assignment, but the judges sometimes move these or those touch-and-goes forward or backward, changing the general picture. For example, the deceleration zone had to be shifted because the inner touch and go, number 4, the trickiest one, was also shifted. Now it is standing slightly farther after the turn in the late apex. So this is why the participants have to slow down also later, not to lose too much speed, to keep the dynamics. And this is why we had to introduce some changes. In the meanwhile, we already see the first contender burning out. And now let's speak about those who are better at this configuration than others. First of all, this is Arkady Tsarigradsev, who is also the record breaker in the number of victories. He has won the qualifying for the 3rd time here. And back then, for his team, the event was super successful because Vladislav Popov won the qualifying here. Arkady Tsarigradsev took the banner and won the entire event. Arkady has got 3 victories here, and I guess no one has got that many. In the qualifying, we've got 2 record breakers, Damir Diatulin and Evgeny Losev, because Damir was the first one in our series who got 100 points out of 100. And Georgy Shevchan, he is already there. You can see his yellow Z standing near Ilya Polishchuk, who managed to get a 1 card, and now he will also open the competition. In 2022-2023, Damir had 2 100-point performances. This is the stability that many drivers would definitely envy. This is outstanding. And now Ilya Polishchuk, you can see his sticker, the technical scrutineering sticker. You see that the car is allowed to take part in the competition. Linglong Flash Hero is the same tire, the Mona tire. And Ilya Polishchuk first came to our series with a wild card, and it was a super successful event for him, and he really praised this tire, saying it was very predictable, that it had very clear character, that he loved it, even though some of the drivers were not really content. But continuing this tire story, I spoke to Danila Vorobyov, who is having his debut in RDS-GP, and he said that this is a kind of a tire that makes you work with the car. The previous tires that we used, it was only about setting the pressure that's it, and here you need to change the springs, the suspension adjustments, and so on. This is the entry list. This is not the right order of the qualifying, I remind you, because we had a random draw. It was yesterday, the first briefing, and the draw determined the starting positions of every contender and the order of their qualifying. And now here, this is just by the starting numbers. We've got 41 contenders. Oh, we had until a lunch break yesterday, because then Boris Abramov had a technical failure. His engine is not feeling good. He cannot get the required spare parts. So unfortunately, Boris Abramov had to declare mechanical failure. But still, we've got 40 participants, 40 contenders. It's 8 more than that then can go to top 32. So we'll have to say goodbye to 8 people before lunch today. And this is so thrilling. I guess this qualifying will feel like a psychological thriller for our contenders. Our experienced drivers are already used to being relaxed in the qualifying, because you remember, even if you don't have a 0, you go to the next round anyway. But now it wouldn't work anymore. You've got to get a 90+ result, and this is not that easy, you know. Even though the assignment seems pretty easy, and many drivers are very well used to it. It hasn't changed much since 2018. In 2020, we didn't have an official RDS stage, but we had the Moscow Cup, and Damir Diatulin was a winner. But unfortunately, we cannot include this victory in his official record, because it didn't belong to the RDS-GP series. But anyway, even the Super Final Cup of Russian Drift Series is not on the RDS-GP calendar, because it's not a GP event, and the list of contenders is also different. So the same will happen this year. And we invite everyone to Rostov Arena. We invite the drivers from the RDS Open, as we call RDS Europe, and from RDS GP. But so you see that the experience can sometimes play a bad joke on the drivers. The list of the drivers now includes some really interesting characters, the people who showed themselves in a wild card yesterday. We've got one absolute rookie, who is having his first competition, Ruslan Arefyev. He has been to RDS Open, and now this is his second. Also, Dmitry Sherbina had won RDS Europe in Kazan event, and now immediately he decided to go to RDS GP. But by practice sessions, you wouldn't say, because he looked very serious. He looks like there is no authority that can break him. He looks very, very self-sustainable. It looked like he was trying to prove himself whether he can do it that close, and he could chase anyone. So as far as the rookies are concerned, we've got 6 rookies. I mean the drivers who have never taken part in RDS GP. But those who haven't been to Moscow Raceway, well, some of them have been on the regular configuration, but not on the reverse. There are 12 of them, including some monsters like Ilya Polishchuk. He has never competed on this configuration, though he has been here, of course, but he hasn't competed. Artur Zeleny, who is having his first full season in RDS GP, had his debut here with a wild card, but it was a different configuration. It was the reverse one, a new one. And as for this configuration, it will feel new to him. Many spectators were not really content with the reverse configuration, saying, don't you have a fantasy? Why cannot you invent a new configuration? But when you go uphill, the physics is very different. It requires a lot of skill of the driver. And as soon as we started going on the reverse configuration, everything turned upside down. Because, well, of course, we expect everyone to show their best, but it was kind of unusual to see that there were some rookie victories, It all began with the victory of Roman Tivadar, and then we had a rookie final in RDSGP that year. And it's great that the final of the season will also be here on the reverse configuration. And now we see Ilya Polishuk Predator Drift Team. St. Petersburg BMW 92 for the first time in its career is going on its qualifying run downhill. This is Ilya Polishuk, and this is the first qualifying attempt, the first official evaluated run of this year. And you can see Ilya collecting the clip. One wheel crosses the borderline, and then he misses. Touch and go 3, takes 3/2, and then 3/3. And the inner clip has also worked pretty well. And now here is the last full throttle zone and the finish. Now let's take a look at what it was like. If we observe all the line adventures, it is quite easy to spell out, because in about touch and go 2, the outer touch and go, we will now get there together with Ilya. One of his wheels was slightly outside the track, so if you look, like the entire line was shifted to the right, and this is why he missed 3/2 but took 3/3. 3/2 was shifted inward just for this purpose, but yeah, he missed it. Maybe overdid the angle slightly, a little bit. But you see that Ilya wasn't only outside the track. I really wonder if he was back to work through the clip, because if the wheel was outside, the clip will be counted, but still he will get a 2-point penalty. Let us not forget about touch and go 3/1 that Ilya could make friends with. 3/2. Yeah, he took 3/1, but not 3/2. But it's also 3 points. This is also important for our further observation. Yes, we narrowed the track, but Ilya went even narrower. Now, as far as the judgment processes are concerned, Stanislav Dolgich made a really passionate speech yesterday at the briefing with a ruler and with lots of numbers. He explained what size the squares are, and he said, you've got to get your entire wheel in that. One little piece of the wheel wouldn't count. You've got to confidently collect every square. Now I imagine the repeat director, because this is gonna be really, really hard for them to do this job. So now we're waiting for the first scores of this season. So we've got to tell that during top 32 today, the leader will be evaluated based on the qualifying patterns, and this is literal. There will be a score given out of 100, so that we could compare in numbers what the driver did in the qualifying and what he did during the tandem runs, and the judges will use this number as a reference. This is quite an interesting process, and with some drivers it will be very interesting, because when they're leaders in tandem, sometimes they go even better than in qualifying, because they feel stronger responsibility. You are the leader, you are setting the entire tone, you are setting this environment for your chaser. But some drivers, vice versa, are very good as chasers because they have something to look up to. But as leaders, sometimes they may fail in something. This is Andreas Stapov in the meanwhile at the starting line, but of course we need the score to continue the process. It looks like the judges have some technical difficulties. Yesterday they rehearsed this scoring thing. They've got a new interface on their tablets, and I hope that one day we can show it to you and tell you what it looks like and what it feels like for the judges. But they used to say that some difficulties may occur. Let's hope that they can resolve everything, because we've got lots of drivers, we've got lots of runs, there will be 80, and now between the attempts the drivers can change their car for the backup, but only once. You cannot do trans drives and jump from one car to another. If you want to know more, you're welcome to the social media of Russian Drift Series. There we can find a lot of interesting materials, articles, videos. we cannot tell you everything during the broadcast, but on our Telegram channel you can find everything, a lot of information. By the way, the general sponsor of Russian Drift Series is VTB Bank. The official sponsor is iMol, premium class motor oil brand, the best technologies and additives for the best performance of your car. And this is the result, 85. Too bad I didn't see the details. So this is 85. Now you know that fluidity belongs to the angle judge, not to the style judge. The gravity of every criterion has changed. So I guess 85 should be the threshold that divides the best drivers from the almost best drivers. But now we see Andrei Astapov, Moscow Racing Drift Team, and his BMW E92. Andrei Astapov, who got his first podium in personal competitions. Here he's going his first qualifying run. The dotted line means the full throttle area, and now Andrei is working great in the first sector. Now he breaks into touch and go. 3 makes an angle correction between the 2 extreme points of the third zone. Then he works with the inner clip number 4, and here on the edge he's running. I've got a very big question about number 7. But you know, I don't really like doing this. I don't want to say anything bad about the drivers, but I would like to remark that style-wise and angle-wise, Andrei has definitely got lots of penalties, especially in about third touch and go. He did lots of things he shouldn't have done. For example, here one, here also a little swing. This is not the best run ever. In touch and go 5, there is really a very big question, because it was rather a no than a yes. We don't see it on replay now, but by the position of the car, you can see that there is nothing to be optimistic about. As far as the angle score is concerned, in the second sector where he made the correction, you could see it even through the camera, because usually the camera conceals some little moves. You see it very well from the judge's tower when you look at the car from upside, but in the screen, the optics corrects it all, and you don't see it well. But here, it was so tough. And the second sector is also not very expensive in terms of angle score. And you can see all the flaws. You can totally see it. And since they're on the 4 sectors, and we've got 35 points to distribute, there are no insignificant ones. And dividing the configuration into 4 sectors, it's 770 meters long, and 120 is the acceleration. The Furidash zone was slightly shifted yesterday, and it also was changed when I measured that. I could see that it was different. I think it is pretty weird for Arkady Tsaregratsov to stand near the start so early. This is what he said. Am I a rookie, he said yesterday. During one of the documentaries dedicated to the previous season, he said that the worst time for him is waiting for his qualifying run. And since he is always in the last groups as a top driver, it has always been a torture for him. But now, finally, there is no such a long wait, because he is number 7. He will have to wait, of course, but it wouldn't be that long. And we are still waiting for the score of Andrei Astapov. And this is really torturing. This is very hard to wait that long. We're looking at the judges. They must feel extremely cold on their tower. You can see that there is some wind that makes the flags fly like this. So you can imagine what it feels like up there. The space is very open, just like any other autodrome. And now for the judges, I'm sure it's very hard, very cold to be. And as far as the psychology is concerned, there are lots of things you could probably say. Some drivers like to look at their opponents and then base their strategy on their opponent's performance. But in the first group, you never know where that border lies, whether you can hit that zone or not. The first round of Ilya Polishuk wasn't really bad. It wasn't a 0. It wasn't a failure. Of course, you've got nerves, you know. But last year, with any non-zero result, you could breathe out because you go to the next round. But here, you never know, because even a good qualifying run is not a guarantee. You might hit any opponent in top 32. You can hit, let's say, Yevgeny Losev, who got like 100 points or something. This is a risk. Because, you know, we've already seen the situations when Yevgeny Losev would be in the middle of the qualifying protocol. In 2018 in Nizhny Novgorod, it was funny when I spoke to Evgeny Rozhenikov, and he said, my plan was qualify high, not to hit anyone strong. But in top 32, he hit Yevgeny Losev. It was really weird. Something went terribly wrong. Yeah, the qualifying can play such jokes with the drivers sometimes. This is the great random. I don't want to say that our judges do a bad job. No. But you never know what the drivers do in this or that attempt. The judges only evaluate it. Because, you know, your plans do not always fit the reality. And then you go, you've got your idea of perfection in your head, but then you get what you deserve. For example, like this, only 23 for the line, 29 for the angle, 30.5 for the style, which makes it a total of 82.5. We've been talking about Ilya Polishuk, and now we've got some even more scary numbers. Speaking about scary numbers, we've got a speed limit at the initiation. You must not go slower than 105 kilometers per hour. It will zero down your first sector performance. If you go below 105, it's a 0 for the sector, not for the entire run. It would also be very bad to lose that many points. Now, Carville Racing, represented by Artyom Litis on board his Nissan SX, and he's one of our rookies yesterday. His transmission said, I don't want to live in this environment, I don't like it. But as a result, his team managed to handle all the problems, and I'm sure that Artyom can also keep his nerves under control and do everything the right way. Artyom Litis is a design specialist. He has been at Atron on the podium twice, but now this is Moscow Raceway. It's all different. Now let's see how he can do it. He comes from Sortovala town, the Leningrad Oblast. And now the first sweeper and a no-go zone. Now here is a transition. It has to be that slow. This matches the assignment. And now he runs into the deceleration zone, touch and go 4. Once again on the edge of a no-go zone. And one more transition, and he's sliding along the border of the track. It feels like the rear wheel was there. And now here is a pause. Now let's study the details. And there's going to be lots of them. And for some reason, Artyom Litis is going too much inward. The inner touch and go is a tricky thing. Because here in this situation, touch and go 1, Artyom doesn't only lose 4 points for taking it with the wrong wheel, like he took it, but he took it in the wrong way. He also gets a 2-point deduction for having a wheel outside, which makes a total of -6. And this is just the beginning. And from the very beginning, he's got -6 in the first 200 meters of the configuration. And then touch and go 4 and touch and go 7, the inner clip. So many questions, and the inner touches are the most expensive ones, 4 points each. So theoretically it can even be -12, then it can be -18, just because he lacks a little bit of precision. All right, so Artyom Litis is having the next stage at his home. Because Agora Drive is closer to Sortovala than to St. Petersburg. Well, I may be exaggerating, but it's really, seriously, very close to Karelia. And the road you're taking from St. Petersburg to Agora Drive is basically the Sortovala driveway. you see Sortavala on all the road signs all around. And I totally recommend, if you want to visit the St. Petersburg event, if you haven't been there, go to Sortavala and check this town out. It's really cool. First of all, the Karelian nature is amazing, and you should take this chance and plan your trip in such a way that you don't only visit the autodrome and smell the tires, but also smell the forest and the clean air and everything. Our drivers also promote the places where they come from, and it's fun, you know. The guys who come from St. Petersburg go often to Karelia. There are lots of races in Karelia, like the White Knights and others. And once I traveled on a motorcycle, and I would publish some photos online, and lots of locals would message me, text me saying, "Hey, I know this place. There is a racing circuit. There is that. There is this." And now, since we've got the Igora Drive, Alexei Titov, the director of the circuit, is also here. So we will be there very soon. In less than a month, we will be breathing in the air of Igora Drive. It has become an attraction point for St. Petersburg. Now, St. Petersburg is associated not only with rally racing, but also with all other kinds of motorsports, including motorcycle sports. And this year, the big RDS family will go to St. Petersburg 3 times, twice with RDS GP, one way and reverse, and RDS Open for Garage Fest. This concrete coliseum will be welcoming our drivers, and I'm sure this is gonna be thrilling. They will make our hearts boom. Oh, only 18 for the line, and this makes a total of 77 points. Guys, you are going the wrong way. You should be trying to get a higher score, not a lower score. Come on, this is not a reverse competition. But this is just the first run. Let us not dramatize. Let us not jump to conclusions. Now the drivers are performing in such a way that we don't even have to sort the list. The first one is still the first, the second is the second, the third is the third. Now let's see what Maxim Grossman does. Number 44, and he is the 4th by order. Toyota Supra. Maxim represents the city of Irkutsk and Time Up team, the team that got a silver medal last season. Maxim Grossman last year got to the podium for the first time. It was in Krasnoyarsk. It is almost his home. Now Time Up is wearing black color. We've got lots of new things, including the liveries of the cars. This is Maxim Grossman initiation, and now he presses the gas pedal to the metal, and now he is going to the first eclipse in a very beautiful way. He makes a transition along the white line without crossing it, collects the 3s. His car makes a little swing on the way to touch and go 4. We'll see it on replay, but it looks like he has done it all very well. The last transition, the last 2 clips, and the finishing line. All right, now let's see. Let's see the replay. I really like it. I really like it. The run is pretty aggressive. He has been pressing the acceleration very strongly. Yes, he does press the brake with the left foot, but almost everyone does it. Speaking about Touch and Go 4, there is a little question. We remember that if everything that was questionable was judged in favor of the judges, now if Stislav Dolgi has got any questions, it will be judged in favor of the judges, just to make the competition stronger. Because this is not about judges. It's not about their being lazy to watch replays. They just want to make the drivers understand you've got to prove you're the best. There is a reason why we say that our drivers are elite. This is not a marketing trick. This is not a figure of speech. The situation is the following. We don't want to compare our drivers with foreign ones. In 2021, Jack Shanahan won, but he won with the Russian team called Fresh Racing. And without this resource, he would never get a championship title. And now, after we have seen the international elite in our tracks, and after we saw that our guys perform just as well as they do, that they've got a fire in their eyes. You know, even James Dean said that no event was an easy walk for him. I'm sure that one day we will get back to that format. The truth always wins, and whatever happened on our tracks in 2021 was actually normal. And I believe that we can get back to it. We will get back there, and we will have such big and beautiful events. Here's an easy example. Which country has a two-time IDC champion and two-time IDC prize winner? Like we have Gochin, Tsarigradsev. Without us, the IDC doesn't really happen. But okay, it's not about it, but it's different now. Speaking about Arkady Tsarigradsev, back then it was the only time the tournament was two-stage. Oh wow, 34 out of 35 at last. This is 88.5. As we said, this is now the best achievement this far, even though it's not a 90 plus, even though I secretly hoped that it might be. All right, now here comes Georgy Chuvchan, two-time winner of qualifyings. Here on this configuration, I hope to see something special. And his Nissan Z. It looks very beautiful. It has lost some weight in between the seasons. It's very slim and nice and toned and conditioned. Now, this is Georgy Chuvchan representing Takayama Forward Auto, going on his first qualifying run of the season. He does it. Initiation. He keeps his movements controlled, and he is going to this no-go zone. I don't know why. And then he slides along the white line. And yes, this is the habit. This is what he's used to do. There's a very, very beautiful, perfect line. Here, everything is okay too. The transition has to be smooth according to the judge's assignment. And from this view, you can see that the left front wheel has been rolling right on the border of the track. Speaking about touch and go 6, the last one, during the practice he had some problems on the way just because they couldn't see it very well, but now it's all thick and clear, so no one has problems with touch and go 6. No one. Yes, there was a little bit of steering, but it's pretty easy to understand because one wheel was outside the track. I really love the deceleration zone performance. No left feet on the brake pedal. He was just using the handbrake. I guess it's because Georgy Chuvchan is not really much into the two-pedal drifting, which is nice because it gives the feeling of performance, of high performance, and this habit to go along the border, you know, it's easy to visualize. You see it very well with your eyes. If it hasn't been shifted, there would have been 0 questions. But you see what's so dangerous about it. Now, on this asphalt, which is now outside the track, there will be those little debris collecting, little debris. It doesn't make worms like the other tires do. Ling-Long tires makes this powder-like thing. And once you're outside the white line, it may get very slippery. Of course, before the qualifying, everything has been swept. But in tandem runs, we will see it, and the drivers may face this problem. Here's another important change, not only from the process and also the location perspective. Now we don't have this ground area. Okay, 32.5 and 30, and this is 84.5 points. This is the third line this far. And so, to continue, there was an area, there was a stripe of ground that was covered with concrete and asphalt and then painted green. And it's also very slippery, but it's better than that pit that we used to have, because it was not only dangerous for being filled with soil, but also because it's in between. Okay, so now here comes Alexander Abramov. And he is driving his amazing car, his Dodge Viper SRT Berserker. Okay, it is beginning to snow. I guess. Wow. But Alexander Abramov is running to the second sector. He is in the deceleration zone. Wow, he adds the angle in such a dangerous way. But unfortunately, the line is too broad, but we totally appreciate his commitment. I don't know what Vladimir Safonov says. And the finish was also slightly weird, losing some angle. But it is not straightening out, but I was a little anxious at that moment. I guess the friction wasn't very good. The Viper with V10 engine in drifting is a very rare thing to see in drifting, just as rare as snowing in April. So now these two factors came together. And I feel like saying that the snow made its impact on the friction. At school, we were taught that the beginning of any precipitation is the most dangerous part. And so this is exactly the moment. And it's good that we had the random draw, so it's random for everyone. Yesterday, Alexander Abramov was sad. He was sad when he found himself in between Arkady Tseregratsev and Georgy Chuvchan. Being in between such experienced drivers makes a certain psychological pressure on you, because you know that they can perform really well. And as a rookie, well, not an absolute rookie, because he has been to a St. Petersburg event with a wild card, but he was very discontent with himself. And just look at the low pressure on the rear wheel. The tire is almost slipping off. You can see that tire shifting slightly. And now it is getting very challenging for the drivers. No one knows what this asphalt feels like. It's wet and dry at the same time. On Thursday, we had similar weather, and it was also raining. There were puddles. I'm not sure about what Alexander Abramov actually thinks, but for some reason, even before I met him for the first time, he made an impression of a very confident person, of a person who never feels like, oh, I'm going to get lost in between Gocha and Tseregratsev. No. I don't know if it's just an external picture. He's just trying to look like he is like that. Or maybe, I guess it's his natural state. I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but this confidence, this vibe that this guy has about him, it works both ways, both directions. Alexander is a pretty emotional person. He is very expressive, he's extroverted, both socially and as a driver. I've seen him in RDS Europe, and he had a JZ Viper. This car is new, it was newly built, and his score is 75. He is now 6th at this moment. 75, it is kind of little. I hope he can introduce some corrections into it. And now, in the meanwhile, we've got Arkady Tseregratsev from Le Car Одержимый Motorsport in his Nissan Fire Lady Sport. It says it's 600 HP. Last year, this team had the longest name ever, and now the name is shorter, but its lineup is bigger. But it's a factory team, and this is Le Car team that is directly associated with the Togliatti car factory. And now this is Arkady Tseregratsev. He had 200 performances last year in St. Petersburg, and wow, he's outside the track. Oh, this is unfortunately a 0. But this is not what makes me so worried. What makes me so worried is the changing weather. I'm afraid that the judges might want to give the drivers warm-up runs, because this is really very different from what we've had. Because do you guys remember snowing during the events? Something similar happened. I don't really remember well. It was a year when the first stage had to be moved from Tushino to Shusharinka in St. Petersburg. It was also wildly cold. I don't remember if it snowed during the official runs, but it was a classical beginning of May when the ice is breaking, and this is usually the period when it gets cold. Now the Arctic air masses have arrived, and back then I guess the reasons were different, but having snow during official runs is happening for the first time, I guess. For the sake of fairness, Arkady Tsaregradzev didn't have two 100s in St. Petersburg. He had two 99-point runs, one after another, and everyone was very unhappy, saying that the judges wouldn't give 100 to Arkady Tsaregradzev. But then he got it anyway. But unfortunately, this time, this is a 0. But at the last event, yes, Arkady Petrovich had two 100s out of two 100s. Yes, I remember now. We've been making lots of jokes about it because the judges couldn't find any reasons to deduct even a half of a point. Now here comes Alexei Vakhtin and his Super A80. Yesterday Alexei Vakhtin had to miss a major part of the practice sessions because yesterday's practice sessions wouldn't prepare him for this reality. We are now holding our hands, crossing fingers that he goes to the second run in a normal condition. But now Alexei is working very beautifully through the slowest part of the configuration, and he makes a transition. Hold on, Alexei. Thank you. Great. This was a productive run, and it's going to be scored. Alexei Vakhtin represents Leninsk-Kuznetsky city, by the way, and, well, maybe he didn't do everything correctly. He missed some practice sessions, but his car is okay. It was just, something happened, not with his car, but just in life. Life can sometimes be different, it can be deceiving. But, well, yes, I was worried. I was really concerned in touch and go number 3. But Alexei Vakhtin managed that. He is a cautious person, and this is the moment when this cautiousness saved him. He didn't play hero, he didn't play super high speeds. But because we know that Alexei is also a passionate person. He loves big angles. He just enjoys this feeling of a thrill. He loves this extravaganza. And sometimes this passion can bring him to mistakes. Yes, we also love spectacular runs. We love big angles. We like high speeds. But judges have their own version of reality. And it is all formulated in the qualifying assignment. Sometimes this assignment contradicts what would be spectacular for the audience. But this is not only about the angles as such. It is about some elements of the track, such as big angle areas. For example, the downhill run, there you've got to keep your angle under control. If the angle is too big, you will get inward, and it will lead you to some very unpleasant consequences. Hey guys, audience, thank you so much for being here. Yes, please keep each other warm. Applause and express everything you feel. You are doing such a great job, and if someone is still on their way here, or if someone is coming tomorrow, just get dressed in a winter way, just winter way. If you think that this sweater or this hat is too much, no, it's not too much. Nothing is too much this time. And also your underwear, everything, sweaters, layers, dress up in layers, wear gloves and mittens, yes, and you look great and all that. Just keep yourselves warm. Don't catch a cold because you've got a long life to live. And you remember last season we had the hat parade, and we can continue with this tradition. Why not? It's going to be fun. And while the judges are still thinking about the runs, now it's getting even more challenging because the reference was made up yesterday. And today, during the practice, 17 for the line. Well, this is pretty predictable. And now everything is going slightly down because the weather. This weather requires some adaptation, some adjustment, and adjustments takes time. Just like in the first event of RDS Open, the weather was also very challenging for the guys. The same is here at Moscow Raceway, and the next driver is also a rookie, but he's one of the most experienced drivers of RDS Open and RDS Europe. Danila Vorobyov from Penza, representing Lukoil Racing Drift Team. He has been wearing the colors of this team in RDS Europe, and now in RDS GP he's also here. He has an interesting story what brought him to GP. He doesn't fit this junior series. It's time for him to go to the senior one. And this is Danila Vorobyov and his car, which is BMW E36. Yes, with 2 pedals, he's running through touch and go 3 to meet the inner clip number 4. And line-wise, he is doing really great. Now there is a transition, the last one. But, well, I think that the angle has to be big there. Yeah, it's right. This is a place where you've got to go from a smaller angle to the bigger one. As far as the E36 is concerned, in the, well, other drivers in other foreign championships also drive E36 in top championships, and now we've got E36 too. We've got a couple of exotic cars like Dodge Viper as well. It was pretty successful in RDS Europe last year, and now it is has become bigger, but it now has a Toyota transmission. Danila Vorobyov has chosen this car for himself. Now here from the drone we could see very well what Danila did in the first no-go zone. Many of the experienced drivers had a problem with it, but this blocked right wheel is not something to penalize if there is no dramatic style. Judge is now responsible for such a criteria as a pace stability. This criteria as a pace stability. There is nothing automatic about it, but Alexander Nechayev, the father, the creator of Drift Dynamics, is now trying to make up a method to bring these into a semi-automatic mode so that the judge could just look at the digits, the diagram instead of the graph. Of course, judges look at the graphs as well, because without them it's not good. But this speed loss has to be very smooth. It shouldn't go beyond the dotted line on the left, the one you see on the left. There you've got to open up and begin accelerating as you climb the hill up and up. It looks now the weather is trying to demonstrate us everything it's capable of. Now the sun is coming out. Now it's 30 for the line, and this is a total of 94 at last. At last, someone had to bang that door and open the 90-plus club, and it was Danila Vorobyov. What has been happening to him with his migration processes? He's been at Hungary Oblast, now then in St. Petersburg, now he's in Penza. What is this guy doing? Is he... because he is Vorobyov. This is a bird kind of a last name, a sparrow. But, well, even sparrows don't really travel that much. Well, he does. Another guy from St. Petersburg. This is Ivan Palmin and his Toyota Supra. Another representative of Carville Racing. And he is beginning his qualifying run. Number 28, Ivan Palmin, who also used to drive an E36 in RDS Europe, and he was very successful. And now you can see these corrections in the first sector. We don't really want to see them, but, well, whatever happens, happens. And here he is pulling his rear wheel along the white line, and then he's missing touch and go 4. But then he collects touch and go 5. He went a little bit too narrow in touch and go 5. He was very wide and broad somewhere, but very humble in some other places. It will all be reflected in your score. The car is fresh and new. Now he's got to test it, and once he came, he realized he had to work a little bit on the suspension adjustments. During the practice sessions, he had some difficulties on the first day, but after some manipulations, some little adjustments, everything started running in the right direction, in the right way. Nikolai said that Ivan used to drive an E36, but E36 for RDS GP is not the right car, perhaps, for a number of reasons, and so he decided to make an A90. It was not only an angle correction, there was also some sort of a slowdown. It looked like something was wrong with the car, like the thrust was lost for a while and then it came back, because you could see him like slipping with no reason. One wheel is blocked, but it's basically in the air. The protector is rubbing against the asphalt, and I know that it can make the driver feeling uncomfortable. But the speeds are high, but they're not as high that it would be any dramatic on the general car performance. So I don't see any serious reason about it. Generally, the run is okay. It was rhythmical. It was pretty disciplined. The order was good. It was not a perfect one, but I think this is not a run to be ashamed of. As for the double pedal drifting, I want to say hello to all the judges. They have mentioned it so many times. As alpinists say, you've got to get dressed before it gets cold. When you already feel cold, it's not good anymore. But I'm happy to see people on the stand. So I was really concerned that the weather may drive the people away. It's not that we underestimate your cold resistance. We're just being caring, because I'm sitting here in a room under a roof and I'm not cold, but with all my heart, I'm there with you. And we've got Ivan Palmin, who closed the first round, the first leg of the first group, and here is the score. He was 76. So he's somewhere between Artem Leis and Alexander Abramov. So we've got the northwest in the first group. Ilya Polishuk is coming back to the starting line. He represents Predator Drift team. And we saw almost the entire team in the first group. He is now third in the qualifying list. And now he's got to improve his result. Of course, there are lots of drivers who can do it better than 90 points. And especially if there is no precipitation, I don't see any reasons why they wouldn't do it. Now, let's see his second run. Acceleration, initiation. The asphalt is still dry. I can see a lot of smoke. And he is in the no-go zone, and he falls outside the track, and there is too much angle. Save yourself, Ilya, save yourself. It's good that the turnout was enough to work through this excessive drifting angle, and now there's the last transition, and he misses the clip. It looks like there has not been an improvement whatsoever. The culture of drifting is the name of the team, and it looks like there is no culture at all. It was a very messy kind of drifting. Well, it was controlled in a way, but there was too much aggression. And here's another important thing that I would like to point out. If you take a look at the right-hand side, there were two wheels outside, I guess. But anyway, the angle was 77 degrees. And speaking about this long time while the car was outside, there will be only one penalty, because there was one act. If he goes out and back and then out and back, there would be two penalties, because there were two acts, two facts. So once you're out, don't get back if you are not sure that you wouldn't go outside again. Also, when you get out, your speed falls, and here it fell to 47 kilometers per hour. So we can say that it was a sort of an unchaseable run, because such kind of behavior very often leads to collisions. And this is why the judges have to look at the speed, at the line, at the angles, and then the judges say, come on, my friend, this is not the right thing to do. This is not a good thing for a tandem heat. And, well, it would not be an improvement. There is no doubt too many adventures on the way. He started off quite well, but then, you know, getting outside the track was not the right thing for him to do. Having a bigger angle when you had to go with a smaller is, well, it's not a crime, but it can affect your pace and it can affect your line. If you can go like this with a fast speed, with a right line, I don't know how you do it, but well, if you do and if you're doing okay, no one's gonna penalize you. But if you're losing speed, losing pace, then this is gonna be a problem. Here you can see various methods of warming up. We admire you, we totally do, because you're so cold resistant, you're so great. Hello, hello, hello guys, I hope you are comfortable there. I hope you're as comfortable as it's possible. You see, this is what a draw is, to see Arkady, to see Gotcha. You came here in this cold, also to see Andrei Astapov. Yeah, this first group is really amazing. We've got so many famous names in there. All the top drivers are distributed in between the four groups. We've got a good combination of rookies and super experienced drivers and qualifying leaders, qualifying winners. But in the meanwhile, 14 for the line. Wow. But, well, everything he could get. So minus 20 compared to the first run, 65. Okay, but he's got 85 and he's third this far. But there is a danger. Now, here comes a driver from Yekaterinburg, Andrei Astapov, on board his BMW 92, representing Lukoil Racing Drift Team. He is going on his second run. Now he's fifth with 82.5 points. Yeah, that's not much, but, well, it's time to improve. It stopped snowing, Santa Claus went back to his holiday, and now Andrei Astapov is now running. He makes a transition, and then on the white line, he continues sliding. He takes all touch and goes number 3. And now, broadly and beautifully, he works to the next one. Without getting in the no-go zone, he falls on a big angle and goes outside the line and misses the last inner clip. The fourth sector was not really good. He started off quite well, and I was very excited at the beginning. And I was preparing to say that it looked like a 90-plus performance. Well, it did. At the beginning, it did. It really did. But if now we see that inner touch and go number 7 is confirmed not to have been taken, then I guess it will not be a 90-plus. Okay, let's see anyway. But, well, who knows? Maybe there is a little 90-plus, regardless of all those adventures at the end. Because it doesn't contradict the regulations. Maybe we shouldn't play judges. It's more about a natural, emotional reaction to a really beautiful run, which has been running very interesting until the very end of it. We will see how this last sector can ruin the score. Look at the headlights. They're customized. They are custom ordered, and last year on one of the headlights you could read Astapov, and on the other you could read number 8, and they can also light with different colors. So this is amazing. Now it's red. Now here you can see Astapov on the left, and there on the right you can see number 8. So yeah, cameraman, this is what you call teamwork. Thank you. This is all for you, our dear audience. We're waiting for the score. Now it's kind of sunny, which feels good. I can see some old logos from very, very old times. 34 for the style out of 35. Yeah, and this is a 94. So do you mean that these 2 line mistakes are everything he's got? And the judges haven't found anything else? Well, that is amazing. So now Andrei Astapov is the first due to, since Danilo Vorobyov hasn't done his second run yet. Now here comes Artyom Letis from Karelia on board his Nissan 20SX, wearing a new body kit and also a new livery. Kawabata used to drive the same. He had 77 for the first run. Now it looks like we need more. 77 still feels very dangerous. But now, in the meanwhile, Artyom Letis, he's doing his second run. 100 meters of run in. Finished. Now he presses the accelerator pedal, works with the first clip, the second one, then he makes a transition, and here begins the 2-pedal drifting. I wonder what Vladimir Safonov says about it. And now, together with Artyom, we're approaching the next clip, and he crosses it right on the middle, right on the equator. The last clips. Wow, he collects it all very beautifully. I want to say bravo. This was very precise, very high quality. I feel like he somehow pulled himself together. He collected everything, all the clips. So amazing. He didn't really play with the angles. He was running stably, beautifully, high quality work. So touch and go number 4 in an absolutely flawless manner, as though showing what he's worth to the judges. I'm not only getting there, I'm getting there with all my soul, you know? And it gives me a very strong impression, very strong feeling. He looks very, very robust. And since Artyom, he does have some experience. He's a prize winner of many regional events apart from RDS and RDS Europe, but I wouldn't say that he's got like enormous experience. He joined drifting not so long ago. For example, if you compare him to some other drivers. So since his experience is not that big, pulling yourself together to show everything you can in the qualifying is really impressive. This is Artyom Ledis, and I want to say that this guy is doing an amazing job. Now we're waiting for the score, and it looks like the competition for the top positions is getting more and more intensive. And it looks like the struggle for the warmth and for the heat is also getting more intensive. You've got sandwiches there, guys. Yeah, great. By the way, Food Court is also at your service. And by the way, speaking about Food Court, our official healthy sponsor, Level Kitchen, the main health and nutrition manufacturer. Are you hungry? Level Kitchen has got a full food truck for you at the Food Court. And now this is 93.5. Great. And now he's on line 3. Obviously, there was some deduction for the style and the maximum for the line. I remind you that there is 35 points for each of the 2 other criteria. All right, Maxim Grossman is now rolling his Supra out. Black and blue Supra. He had 88.5 points for the first run. Toyota Supra. He has now changed his car in between the seasons. He managed to test the new vehicle before the beginning of the season, and according to Maxim, he is enjoying it. He heated off with it right away. He represents Time Up Timan, the city of Irkutsk. He's a champion of the famous Siberian Winter Series, and he is a very good spotter. All right, so here in the meanwhile, he is already in the first sector. In the first transition, touch and go 3, and Maxim Grossman is picking the touch and goes one after another. There is a little question about touch and go 3. Now he is working through touch and go 4, not too close to the no-go zone, but he doesn't reach touch and go 5. The last acceleration through the inner clip towards the finish. So, well, there are too many questions to be asked. It looks like some borderline attempt. It should be somewhere around 90, but I guess we can be mistaken sometimes, and today we have already been. But you see, well, whatever you do, that much you get. And speaking about the inner touch and go number 4, I wouldn't be that confident that there was a wheel outside. It looked like it was just a body kit, the front part of the body kit that was there, but I doubt that. We've got to see it on replay. This is just my guess, you know. I may be mistaken because it's typical for all the living beings and all the people. But I hope that the judges don't make mistakes. I hope that we get to the next round to go together with Maxim. Now there will be another question. No, he misses it. No, one wheel was outside. Yes, it really was there. I'm sorry. But you see, the body kit is so good. You see it very well, whether there is anything white underneath or not. As far as I could see in the first attempt, the line was a little bit better. And therefore, it gives us a reason to suppose that the first attempt would be more successful. But as we could see on the example of Andrei Astapov, sometimes a line mistakes can be compensated with other criteria. They don't have to be that affirmative. Sometimes it's either 90 plus or 90 minus. In the meanwhile, we see Georgi Chivchan in the burnout area, and we will soon continue, because Gocha also didn't have a very good first attempt. It was not Gocha style. 84 for Gocha is very little. We always expect him to show us something better, something that begins with a 9. But when Gocha was there, it wasn't still snowing. It began snowing with Abramov. The berserker, this Norman character, pulled the associated scenery. All right, very good for the angle for the style. This is 91.5. Yeah, this is an improvement. This is what we wanted to see in the first attempt. But Maxim Grossman is still the 4th, but now I guess he feels a little bit more relaxed. He has fixed his position, I guess. I know that we will see lots of 90-plus runs, and maybe even now, at least I would really love to. Now, Georgi Chivchan and his Forward Racing 400Z, which is actually just a Z, Forward Racing just Z, because this is a name, whatever you call it. Takayama Forward Auto and his second run. So let's go. The light goes green, and we say bye to Gocha as he goes through the acceleration zone. 120 meters. Then there is initiation, and he opens up. Wow, this is a task to tackle. He is going by the no-go zone. This time he makes a little trip to the white line. Then he works a little touch and go 4. Then the last transition, also on the edge. And finally he is finishing his qualifying, leaving a very good impression and lots of questions. There was one typical moment that indicated the way Georgi tunes his cars up. Look at the right-hand side after this transition. Look at the front wheels. They were almost straight, but at the same time the car was running at the same angle as before. He reduces the friction on the front wheel to keep it more common for him. So he turns this Z into a little bit of a Silvia, because this is what a Silvia usually does on its standard suspension. I mean, McPherson. It's a face, its a nose is slightly, floating. And here the character of this car is almost the same. But that might cost him 6 points, which is very considerable. Speaking about the style of this renowned driver and the winner of the first official Russian Cup, at the awarding ceremony, Vladimir Chagin handed this trophy to Georgi Chivchan. And speaking about his style, what he's always been very strong at, his cars always very good at middle angles. No one can do the middle angles as Gocha. He can keep this medium angle no matter if he is accelerating or decelerating. And what you often see in the judges' assignments, in the descriptions of what you should do, this is the right strategy. This is the right strategy of approaching the adjustments. This car is what Georgi Chivchan feels comfortable about. Okay, if it's like Silvia, it can be, because the assignment allows the drivers create a vehicle that would match his driving skills. Georgi Chivchan is kind of making a Silvia out of a Z, while the rest of the team is making Zs out of Silvias. All right, yesterday we showed it all in our news, and if you haven't watched it, you can watch it during the break or maybe in the evening when you're home. And we did check the cars, the bottoms of the cars, and showed how it looks, how you can use a 2-lever thing on the McPherson place. So this is 96.5. We think, Georgi Chivchan, this is exactly what we meant when we spoke about Gocha style. All right, so the front suspension was shot with the cooperation of Forward Auto. The guys turned out the wheels so that we could see it well. So I didn't have to act James Bond. there was a lot of cooperation from the team. And I want to thank the team for cooperation, for their assistance in our the filming process. But Forward Auto are guys who are very open. I visited Krasnoyarsk in December and they were very welcoming. Alexander Abramov, 75 points was his first result. Now he's going on his second. This is the Viper running towards the initiation zone, and here it is. The car squats on the rear axle and then licks the no-go zone, runs to touch and go 2. We'll discuss it all later. In the meanwhile, this is clip number 3. The deceleration zone, time to open up, and through number 4, Alexander is running into the last sector. Then he makes another transition, and this is what he does in the finish. And, well, except for touch and go 2, I guess there should be no questions whatsoever. But for me, it was absolutely mesmerizing. I love this car, and I love the way it sounds, especially in this 2JZ era. You see, between these two pictures, there's so much difference, as though they're 1 month apart, because there is it's snowing on one, it is sunny on the other, it is smoky on both sides. But, of course, the temperature of the asphalt is very different. It's all very different. I'm sure that the first attempt was greatly affected by the cold because it was more slippery. In the second, Alexander didn't have that many adventures, and it should have been expected that the second run would be so much better, especially style-wise. Yes, he's going to have a 3-point deduction. And there is a reason for us to see some replays, but it looks like he also pumped his wheels up, because the rear wheel looks like it behaves slightly differently. But, well, no, it's the same, because you can see the tire is deforming. And as we check drift dynamics, we see the speed and the angle, and you can see how it is reducing. Slowly, step by step. This is the deceleration zone. Yes, it goes down, and then it immediately goes up after the dotted line, exactly according to the assignment. In touch and go, the speed falls. The average value is about 50. Some of the drivers are faster, like flankers, usually faster in these slow areas, and flankers in Roman Tivadar. So this is 88. Yeah, I can see improvement. It looks like Alexander Abramov stepped away from this elimination zone. Usually all this border lies around 85 points. And Alexander Abramov outruns his teacher Ilya Polishchuk by 3 points. And now here comes Arkady Tsaregradtsov, number 88, just like the result of Alexander Abramov. Okay, Arkady Tsaregradtsov from Likar Одержимый Motorsport, and he's got to save himself. For the first time in this qualifying round, I hope this is for the first and the last time. But now let's keep our fingers crossed for Arkady Tsaregradtsov. He is a record breaker in the number of event victories, but at first he's got to make it to top 32. And that may be a problem in this reality. Now he makes the correction. 2 wheels outside, and he almost loses the angle. He loses a lot of pace. Is the car doing okay? I guess this is a car problem. But then he presses acceleration, and he's in the 4th sector, makes a transition. And whoa, that is... Well, that is not a 0, I guess. And if it was last year, we would breathe out and say, well, okay, 70 or something would be fine. But now 70 is a ticket to nowhere. It may be only a ticket to an interview where you try to explain what happened. But, well, we'll draw the results of the qualifying later, in about lunchtime, in about 4 hours. And therefore, I guess instead of having lunch, we will be drawing our results and drawing conclusions. So now we've got to see the results, and with great anxiety, the entire team will be watching what happens next to Arkady Tsaregradtsov. Whether the other drivers are getting more score or less score, and depending on all that, their moods may change. Yes, you might want to take your pills to keep balanced. Yeah, this is what Gotcha did. You know, he sees the border of the track and he goes there, and the same thing that Arkady Tseregratsev just did. Automatic things that you got used to throughout the years. And now Arkady Tseregratsev was in the final last year here on this configuration with Nikita Shikov with the ruined wheel of GT86, and Arkady won as a result because Nikita couldn't go on after all of these difficulties. And since that time, well, I've told you, Arkady has been on the top of the podium twice. Now you could read this anxiety in his eyes. You could read the fear. It might be very hard for him because a fortune might turn different parts of body to us. But you remember that there are also various factors. The rubber debris on the outside the track, this tire dust. And once you are there with your one wheel, you might be pulled outside just because the left wheel doesn't have anything to push out from. Plus that green part, which is also very slippery. So it is a very dangerous part of the track. Even one wheel outside may ruin it all. Arkady Tseregratsev tried to keep the angle under control. And from 67 degrees, he jumped up. He had to correct it, to bring his car back, to keep the situation under control. And by the way, the speed didn't fall beyond 60. So this is such a great self-control. This is unbelievable. Keeping the acceleration, pressing it, not letting it go. He has done a great job, and Arkady just saved himself as a top 32 participant, perhaps. But even if he gets there, he will be on the edge. He is there with a very big risk. But we hope that some miracle happens, that there is something that makes us a little bit more optimistic. But, well, this is what our competition is about. 40 people for 32 places. Someone has to go. Well, 20% of contenders will have to go, fairly speaking. As for this angle correction from 60 to 20 degrees is concerned, it was the only way for Arkady to not to fly into the grass. Because in these angles, the cars tend to slide inwards, and it is not right for Arkady. So he had to pull the handbrake, he had to straighten the car out just to continue running, just not to zero down his score. He nailed it, but this is a mistake anyway, and I guess that his angle score might be low. This is sector number 3. It's pretty expensive score-wise. It's 10 points, I guess. But this is not the only mistake, because the mistakes in drifting are all interconnected. They never come alone. An angle mistake brings your car to a different track line, and then the style is also broken. And everyone is sad, including the driver himself. Now, this is the score of Arkady, and the next is Alexei Vakhtin, and this is 79.5 for his only productive run. So now Arkady is the 8th out of 10 drivers. And here comes Alexei Vakhtin, representing VS team and the town of Leninsk-Kuznetsky. This is his second run, and now his result is 73 points. So he's got some space to grow, and he has the need to grow. Now the asphalt is pretty dry, and the Supra number 42 is running in the second sector after the mistake. And wow, there are such corrections in touch and go 3, but well, he is still drawing a beautiful line on the border between the second and the third sector by flying by sector 4, unfortunately missing it. And he presses the accelerator for the last time in this qualifying round and finish. It looks like Alexei is getting approximately to the same score area. I wanted to see an improvement, but even if there is, I guess it will be very small. maybe, well, in about inner touch and goes, he didn't make the same mistakes as in the first one, but the fourth touch and go, he simply avoided it. He was running on the outside border of the track, but really, seriously, this is a very, very difficult environment that our contenders are facing. The weather is very dynamic and it's changing very rapidly from one run to another, and of course it is not comfortable for the drivers. They have to do it without any warm-up runs, without any test runs. And let me tell you that even though visually it doesn't really look different, it feels different, you know, because the asphalt temperature is different. And if it's colder, it's more slippery. If it's warmer, the friction is better. And this is one of the main factors that the drivers pay attention to. And this is what guides them when they adjust their cars for the next attempt, how they prepare, when they decide how sharp their transitions might be, how fast they may go. And this is what the weather really causes, the friction. When the friction changes, you don't always understand what exactly to change. There are lots of factors and they all come together, but the wind also is a great game changer, especially at N-Ring in Nizhny Novgorod when the sun is setting. Even though it makes the shots very beautiful, this light and smoke, there are miracles that happen to the asphalt. This is so bizarre, and even the most experienced drivers just miss the right pressure. You're running the way you usually do, but your car is playing crazy things, like Arkady Tsergratsev in Krasnoyarsk, when his car suddenly started playing things, and he found himself outside. Yes, I mention Arkady a lot, because I guess he is one of the most endangered drivers today. Alexei Vakhtin is also not really safe. And the same can be said about Ivan Palmin. He's also under a threat. He's got 76 points. And now we're watching Danila Vorobyov, who is doing great. He's got 94 points from the first attempt. So he is nice and calm and relaxed with a higher than average performance. And I guess he's already got a ticket to top 32, but well, I wouldn't jump to conclusions as well. Yeah, so this is 78. And Alexei Vakhtin rises to line 9. But there are still 30 more drivers to go. And this is Danila Vorobyov, Lukoil Racing Drift Team, representing the town of Penza. A driver who is in the Penza team. There is a Penza Drift Team. Wow, never knew. Okay, he is number 98, and he is in a great mood. 3 reds, 1 green, and here we go. Now let's see whether Danila Vorobyov can reinforce his first position. There's a Furidasha, the car is going around its axis, spins out, and now Danila Vorobyov makes a transition, and on the white line he is 3/2. He misses it, and it looks like he misses it, and then he is going right on the middle, cutting this clip into halves, and now he is in sector 4. And here he is. And on 3 wheels, he finishes the run. It looked much closer to perfection, but 3/2, which is 3 points for the line, kind of ruined it. It was that little pinch of salt that was there. So here he lost 3 points. And also another criteria, because the judges said that these line mistakes will be evaluated by the general gravity of consequences for the potential chaser. So if now Danila didn't hit it really well, he was close to that square. He wasn't in, he was close, but he was 10 centimeters away. So this is something that would be penalized only for the line-wise. But if you're 1 meter away, and if your line is very much straightened, it looks like an attempt to get an unfair advantage against a potential chaser. And the judges will be looking at it. So arithmetically, these are same things. you are in a clip or you're not in a clip, but it's not. Our life is not black and white, unlike drifting. Our life is much more complicated, and sometimes the judges' decisions do not fit this simple black and white logic. We are writing the regulations to leave minimum space for interpretation, but you've got always to read the regulations completely, because there is a base, but there are details, and sometimes these details can make a huge impact on the general performance. And speaking about judgment as such, the line is like on and off. It's either there or not. Angle is also the same. Either it's there or it's not. But speaking about style, it is a very flexible parameter where you can find lots of parameters, and everyone usually says that a style is a subjective thing. It's a very personal thing to judge. And here, this flexibility, all these little details are all encompassed inside, they are enveloped in this style criterion. Now, here comes Danila Vorobyov. He is a prize winner of RDS Open last season. He's a king of qualifying. Last year, he won half of qualifyings in RDS Europe. It was something phenomenal, something absolutely phenomenal. Yes, it's the Danila Vorobyov's score, and this is 9-1. 9-1. All right, so we've got a new leader of the qualifying. He might have been the leader, but our leader is still Georgy Chevchan. Okay, so let's get back to Ivan Palmin, because this is Ivan Palmin. But as one of our greatest thinkers once said, I've won lots of qualifyings, but has it ever helped me? No. So let's see. Ivan Palmin has got a lot of good qualifying performances. Ivan Palmin is now doing his acceleration, and now this is the first sector. Smoky tires. The asphalt is now warmer. It has reached the practice session temperature, and now in the transition to TG1, he is a little bit far away from the track border. And finally, this is the deceleration zone. It was not really flawless. Then he makes another transition, and then through the inner touch and go, the last one, he runs to the finish. It looks like something has to be done with the adjustments, but I would say that now he's just getting to know his new car. I think it's more about a matter of habit. But speaking about positive things, 3/1 is the cheapest clip on the track ever. Stanislav Dolgich didn't even think that someone might miss 3/1 at the same time hitting 3/2 and 3/3. But, well, he can do it. Sometimes our life can surprise us. Carville Racing is a team that has drivers with all of the possible titles from junior series. Grigory Burlutsky is a champion. Ivan Palmin is a bronze prize winner. Kirill Matskevich and also Anton Kozlov, two-time champion of Western Europe and also GP. Anton Kozlov is a person who had no problem winning the junior series. No matter what naming magic was applied against him, he didn't care. In one of the seasons of 2022, when it was the first season of RDS Europe, Anton Kozlov had a battle versus Alexei Kozlov. And they were both in Carville Racing, two Kozlov battles. And finally, they came to RDS GP in different teams. Anton Kozlov was in Carville, Alexei Kozlov was in Predator Drift team. And we keep watching the replays. And once again, is it a yes or a no? If it's -5 for the line, it's a no. If it's -2, then it's a yes. But I am now recalling what Stanislav Dolgich has been passionately saying during the briefing, and I thought that he wouldn't count it. And at a certain moment, I even imagined him standing on top of a tank. Maybe it's because he comes from St. Petersburg. He looks so much like Vladimir Lenin. Well, I'm not sure. Okay, whatever. How can you, I imagine him say, this is 170 centimeters. You're the best drivers of the planet, aren't you? Why don't you have to do it so that we use microscopes to check your TGs? Well, yesterday it was so emotional. It was so amazing. I even thought that he might have hypertension or something. I thought I might have to call the doctors. But by the way, this year the judges have to undergo medical examination just like drivers. So be sure all of our judges feel great. They have good blood tension and temperature and everything. Yesterday we also played a measuring game. We took a ruler and we measured touch and goes. We had to use assistant of Vladimir Safonov and Stanislav Dolgich. Then our contenders, Nikita Shikov and Stepan Zemtsev, went to the track for an evening photo, and using some digital technologies, they also measured the squares and said, no, 2 centimeters are lacking. And Stanislav said, did you measure with an iPhone? I will come with a regular ruler and prove it to you and show it to you. But now at this moment, we will show you some commercial break.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
РДС-GP – это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Вы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка. Take it easy, honey.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное – это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
Ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит. Это автоспорт, детка. Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск. Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
We're back to Moscow Raceway. We continue the qualifying run of RDS GP 2025. And this is the second group. The first one has already finished. Sometimes it looked like challenging Mother Nature itself. And this is the score of Ivan Palmin, 89.5 points. And we can say that it was a sort of a self-saving session, because with 76 points, you wouldn't really think about any good performance or any good result, but with almost 90, it feels different. So now we welcome Dmitry Sherbina from Avtoban Aymol, a rookie of our competition, on board a legendary Toyota Mark II Z81. And I guess that our old school fans can feel something special when they see this car. This is Dmitry Sherbina, his first run as an official driver of RDS GP, Avtoban team. And he misses touch and go 1, and then he makes he collects touch and go number 3, and here he gets them one after another, and his car plays a little trick when he cannot take it to touch and go 4, and the last sector it looks like a 0, but no, it's not. This is an angle that it was hard to carry. I guess that even if it was Evgeny Losov or someone, he would also have problems. Dmitry Sherbina was doing good during the practice, and believe me, there was a reason. Because Dmitry makes a very good impression on me. This is a very big gap in between his appearance and his manner of driving. And here, this is a classic. When a driver is super confident and cool in the practice session, he may sometimes lose it in the official runs. Because I guess these are nerves. Everyone has nerves, we remember it. And here the mistakes begin. When your hands become stiff, they feel very tense, you can hardly steer with these hands. So what began to happen from the very beginning of this run? He started making line mistakes, and as a result, at the end, here we see this moment. This is quite a good transition. Then Dmitry slipped on the border, on the track border, and then almost straight wheels on the finish. So hypothetically, if there was a chaser, it was hardly chaseable. It was a classic unchaseable run to me. Even if it is not officially recognized as such, just imagine a chaser and you would see that there would be a problem. It begins snowing again. During the commercial break, I didn't relax. I was studying the drift dynamics data, and it was fun to see what was happening to Arkady Tseregratsev in his 0 run. So why he couldn't hold on his car to the asphalt, because there was no friction, no grip. But curiously, the car of Arkady Tseregratsev slipped outside the track at a speed of 140 kilometers per hour. And I checked the productive run of Georgy Chevchan. Dmitry has got a 0. That victorious run of Gocha, 96.5. And his speed was 146 kilometers per hour. And his car stayed on the track. Arkady Tseregratsev even added more speed, and you remember that he had to save himself, and his speed was 144, still slower than Gocha. And I want to say that see that the adjustments, some structural specificity can also mean a lot. And now here comes a driver who has got a principal position to Toyota Mark II, Leonid Schneider. And his Toyota Mark II A90 in the first sector and understeer, and a great angle loss, not to a 0, but now you can see these little debris on the asphalt, but still Leonid is handling the weather. He's touching go 4, he's breaking into the last sector and slowing down a little bit. He finishes the line, but he is doing all of this to keep the car under control. Let me also continue about his position, about Toyota Mark II. His entire team is using Supras that have already proven their efficiency, but Leonid says, no, I want to teach my Mark how to run. and I want to drive it as long as I can until it runs the correct way. And once it does, he will change it. Okay, so it may sound a little bit illogical, or maybe he will continue enjoying this car. He will accumulate the knowledge that no one would ever need again. But, well, maybe anyone may. I don't know. Because these cars are different. They have different specificities, even though the principles are the same. Maybe later this knowledge can be applied somewhere else. And what we see right now, what Leonid does now, is some inaccuracies. And these inaccuracies began from the practice sessions. His practice wasn't really bad. It was kind of unstable. From one run to another, you could feel that the outcome would vary greatly. By outcome, I mean his line performance, his angle performance. And therefore, this is a very bright example of instability. If we take a look at the statistics, if it was like 50-50 of good and bad, in the second run, Leonid has to do something really good. At least I want to believe that he does. Because I want to see more productive runs. I want to see more beautiful runs. I want the passion not to get in the way of the result. We want drivers to compete in awesomeness. Who is more awesome? Who is better? Who is stronger? Not about who makes less mistakes. These are the two extremes that occur in drifting sometimes. And here, the judges are looking at 3/1 and 3/2 touch and goes, whether Leonid Schneider hits them or not. And as we said before, and we said it multiple times, if you have to look at these details, it's more of a no than a yes. As one of our classics once said, if you've got to explain, it means you don't have to explain. This is something that sounds like an internal truth. I really wonder what happens next. Okay, how are you guys? We're here with you. With all our hearts, with all our souls, we want to support you. But I'm so happy that I am indoors, really. But maybe, sometimes this kind of weather makes me feel special. It makes me want to complain of this wind and cold and breathe in this air. It makes me feel like saying, our summer is so cold. This is not why we were surviving through the winter. Hey, that's exciting. Where are the numbers? Something weird. Yeah, okay. 23, 28.5, 28, which is 79.5 points. The same as Arkady Tseregradtsov had, by the way. But Leonid has one more run to do, so he's got a chance to improve it. But now, this is the guy we've been all waiting for. He represents Irkutsk Fresh Racing Team, Yevgeny Losev, who, by the way, has also got one victory at Moscow Raceway when he represented Auto Profit Team. He's got a long career behind his shoulders. The Siberians once came to our championship, and since that time, they have been dominating it to a great extent. We love them all. And now Yevgeny Losev takes touch and go number 1, even though there is a correction, and then the car doesn't hold on to the right borders, and while Yevgeny Losev was getting touch and go number 3, this is already the deceleration zone, and I have no questions about touch and go number 4. The last sector is already there, and now the last clip, the last inner clip, and Yevgeny takes it easily. He doesn't even cross the no-go zone border, but maybe one wheel slightly slipped off in one spot, and this is a place where it happens quite often, regularly. Many drivers have one wheel outside there, and here, right before touch and go number 3, there was also a question about one of the wheels, but let the judges do it. Stanislav Dolgich is our line judge, and this is up to him. But let me tell you how well Evgeny Losov manipulates the acceleration. This throttle control that he does is absolutely genius. He is extremely skillful. Once he presses it, he presses just as much as required for the car to run on the right line with the right angle. And he keeps it pressed this way throughout the run. And this is what I conclude looking at what I saw and hearing the engine roar. This 2JZ engine, the billet block, was singing its song with all the 950 horsepowers, and it sounded great and it looked great. And you cannot but notice, especially here from this view, that this season fresh racing vehicles have really changed in their front. And now it's more of a standard headlights. Now the car really resembles the Japanese GT cars. In 1977 there was a Toyota Supra, and it became a championship vehicle. And it also had standard flashlights, and then those big and puffy fenders. That design was the golden era when all those cars were appearing. And even now, after many decades, this design still looks mesmerizing. It looks like it's classic. It's still as loved as it was before. The modern cars don't have their souls. Back then, the designers would match the design with the character of the vehicle, and now, after so many years, it is thrilling, it is exciting, it makes you want this car. Supra A80 has lots of fans. It's almost a religion. It's a legend. And I suddenly I understand that if there are A80 and A90 in front of me and I'm asked to pick on the one, it would take me a very long while to take it. But no, I wouldn't take A90. I've driven it once or twice, but no, it didn't get me. But now the guys from Irkutsk are very close to each other. The next one, representing Eastern Siberia, the capital of Eastern Siberia, that is not far from the Baikal Lake. That is Anton Dmitryenko and his Silvia S15 by Forward Auto. But now we are watching the results of Evgeny Losov. Look at the style, and only 2-point deduction for one wheel outside. 91.5. Evgeny Losov is in the 90-plus club, but he is still on the 6th line. Did we expect that? Of course we did. It looks like something that comes natural when we speak about our strong men, let's call them this way. This is the word that we haven't used for a long time. Ilya Fedorov has got back to the regular GP lineup, so we can get him in this group as well. Now, Anton Dmitryenko is running through 120 years of acceleration, and now he's already in the drifting zone. But unfortunately, he is also in the no-go zone at the same time. Here is another transition inward. Oh no, too far from all the TGs, and the line is absolutely ruined. But nevertheless, he collects touch and go number 4 and then harmonizes his motion in the last sector, even though there are some questions that arise whether his left wheel was also in the no-go zone. This is how line mistakes can also cause some style deductions, because the transition was not good. I guess he started the transition a little bit too early. Maybe he wanted to stay on the safe side, because if you go to the transition later, you won't have any space. You would be just flying into that white line that marks the border of the track. And as Anton Kozlov once said in a private conversation, he said that the first runs on this track, you feel that you're about to get out, you're about to get off. And making this effort, trying to overcoming this feeling, you can make it really good. You can slide really on the white line. Yes, Anton said it multiple times that he felt scared sometimes, especially at the beginning, because you're running downhill and it feels like you cannot control anything. But the drivers it took the drivers quite a long while to adjust to this track, but then somehow everything harmonized, but it was a challenge for everyone. It was cool, but it was hard. It was the first super modern race circuit. It was very new. It has been used since 2012 after some big competitions, a big series, but still when we came here it was pretty new. No one knew it well. This asphalt has seen a lot. And then there was drifting, and everyone was like, wow, that's cool. And drifting back then wasn't really recognized by the motorsports community. And no one wanted to let drifters in to such venues as Moscow Raceway. It took quite a while to reach that agreement. As we said in the news yesterday, I said once that it was hard to get used to this track. I wanted to thank Vadim Postilny, a stand-up comic, and because I used a phrase that I adopted from him. I didn't really mean that. I want to thank you and thank this comedian. You're always welcome. I didn't mean to quote you. I didn't mean to steal your phrase. Anyway, we begin to understand that it wouldn't be a really high score. I can understand it from various reasons. I guess Anton Dmitrienko may join Arkady Tseregradtsov, but not in the good way. So let's see. We've got some very famous drivers on lines 9, 10, 11, because everything is mixed up, and this is the second group. When we are in the fourth group, we will feel even more nervous. I guess the drivers who were in the first group, who are in this threatened zone, they will be very scared. Now, in the meanwhile, Anatoly Kizin is coming, but we're still waiting for the official score of Anton Dmitrienko. It's only 10 for the line, 25 for the style, 26 and 5 for the style, which makes a total of 61.5 for Anton Dmitrienko, and he's got to do something about it. I want to say that this is almost a zero. It feels like a zero. Anton, come back strong. You've got to come back to life. Now, this is Anatoly Kizin from St. Petersburg. We've got so many drivers from St. Petersburg, and look at this number. Everyone using the old-fashioned phones knew that 812 is a code of St. Petersburg. Anatoly Kizin had to get used to the track yesterday, and he didn't really feel at ease. I hope that he managed to harmonize all his feelings, and he misses touch and go 2. Now he's got problems with touch and goes 3. He's one step away from these touch and goes, but just like Anton Dmitrienko, he collects touch and go number 4, and he breaks into the last sector. And once again, you can see the same manner as we saw in the previous one. Just like you see those old marks on the asphalt that you're trying not to look at, but they're still in the eyes. It looks like Anatoly Kizin has been looking up to a wrong driver. Maybe he looked at Anton Dmitrienko and repeated what he did, while he had to look up to someone else. But Anatoly Kizin is having a hard time. This is his first RDSGP event. This is huge responsibility and a lot of anxiety. And also, this is a very hard track and configuration. He hasn't seen anything like this in RDS Open, so I understand his feeling. In RDS Open, the tracks are different. They are more technical, they are slightly slower. Like Kazan can be slightly resembling what you've got there, but there it's breathtaking downhills. I don't know how high it is, but over 30 meters, I'm sure. It's around 39 meters maybe. Really, that height difference, altitude difference is huge. And it's very compact at the same time. No matter if you are in a circuit racing there or in drifting, it is crazy. It gives you the feeling of a roller coaster. But you know what's also important about the Kazan circuit is that you are always accelerating after 2 transitions. You're in the big sweeper that takes you to the finish, and you've got to accelerate and gain speed all the time. But here, first you initiate, then you go straight downhill to hit that very difficult sweeper, keep it all under control, then slow down, push your car inward, and then climb uphill again. Within a very short period of time. How many seconds does it last? Maybe like 20 something, or maybe 30 seconds, 25 seconds. So many things happen. Look at this beautiful transmission lever. Wow, so fancy. So many things go on, and the pace is so crazy, and now it begins snowing again. Yes, I know that in Nizhny Novgorod sometimes the clouds come. Ah, wow, finally we've got it. Touch and go 2, touch and go 3, missed. Deduction, then it's minus 1.5 deduction for the angle, and for the style there is a lot. There is a lot. Vladimir Safonov did a great job, but I'm sure he didn't enjoy it. All right, so it makes a total of 82.5 points, and Anatoly Kizin is 10th in the current qualifying rating. And now we've got another driver from St. Petersburg who is a rookie of Moscow Raceway, but he is not a rookie in RDS-GP. Alexei Kozlov. By documents, he represents St. Petersburg, but actually he's from Petlopavlovsk-Kamchatsky, and this is his legendary car. That is Toyota Cresta GX71. Alexei Kozlov is licking the no-go zone around, and he works to touch and go 2 in a really awesome way. Then he goes slightly narrow, and I'm sure that he's going to have lots of deductions for this area. Now he's got to pull himself together and get to the finish. I've got lots of questions to the clips and to the finish. And here we are. The last clip is more of a no than a yes. I know that we say that this is the Toyota Cresta, but in fact the suspension is Silvia, and this is a Weiss Fab, the earliest of the Weiss Fabs. This is the very first one, and the specificity of the suspension is that it really likes small and medium angles. It always tends to fall in bigger ones, and so is Alexei Kozlov. He also likes big angles, showing off his drifting skills, and it can be sometimes bad for the overall performance. This transition has to be smooth, and it has to be smooth for a reason. You can make it sharp if you can make it, but the smooth transition helps you draw a precise line from touch and go 2 to touch and go 3. And here the transition was a lot too sharp, and he found himself in the middle of the track while he had to be on the left-hand side, on the left-hand border, and this is what caused the rest of his adventures. He fell in the right circuit racing line, even though I guess it's also not flawless. And I'm sure that when I mentioned it, Dmitry Dobrovolsky gave a start, because he gained podiums here in circuit racing. But this turn is much more tricky, in fact, and there are various methods you can use to get there. And both of these methods allow you to get a quite good result. There are lots of tricks, there are lots of licks, and there are basically 2 turns where the curb is on the left, it's number 1, and the no-go zone curb is the 2nd turn. So this is not one turn, this is a combo of turns, a very dynamic one, and this is that rare turn where I have to slow down, and that's pretty hard. Okay, guys, how are you? Let's move your body a little bit. You've got to move your body because this is life. And you've got to poke your neighbor if they are falling asleep. Make sure no one falls ill in this cold. RDS shop is working, food court is working. So warm up. use anything you can. Use all of this. Don't hesitate, because we've got a lot of interesting things to do. Now the track is still empty because the work is being done in that white tent that you can see on the big crane. And here is Sergei Sak, who is coming to the burnout area. Yep. Oh, there's so much. -12 for the line, -7 for the style, -7 for the style. And by the way, TG7 was counted. All right, Alexei is in a trouble. And it makes 74 points. 74, and this is a big question mark near his name. His participation top 32 is under big question. Now here comes Sergei Sak from Avtoban on his freshly built Nissan 400Z. As our title says, 2JZ, a billet block, 3.2, 980 HP gear set. And here we are. He's a champion of Eastern Europe, two-time champion of Belarus, master of sports, Sergei Sak. He is now driving all this beautiful car, and here he is at a small angle following the assignment. Sergei is making a transition. Maybe he slightly overdid it with the angle, but the general line is okay. We'll see it later. Touch and go 4 is taken, and this far he is within the track. And now the last sector, touch and go number 7, a small correction and a finish. This is more of a good run than a bad one. I've got some question to the first sector because the assignment says it has to be medium. But what we saw in the practice, I remind you that this is a freshly built car, and he saw it here at Moscow Raceway for the first time after it was ready. This is quite a good one because in the practice sessions he didn't really succeed in everything. A lot of adjustment had to be made during the practice sessions, and that was like some, childhood diseases that had to be cured during the practice. Such as he was looking for the right reduction, not to make any extra switches. So it was a process of getting used, of customization, because he was just exploring the car, but you could already see that he feels comfortable on board, and he has no real problems with making this car go where it has to go. And these little blue inserts in the bumper remind me of Mustang. It also has some little geometric decorations. Yeah, cool. 71. 71, farewell. He's got this number. This is his personal branding that reminds you of Alexei Kozlov, who also has the same. And he's got 171. Yeah, quite a lot in common they have got. And 71 is the index of this car body. Yeah, I know that. Just as Alexander Abramov, who's got this 181, together with Yevgeny Losev, they wanted to have the same number. It was very fun to see how Yevgeny Losev was training Alexander Abramov last year. He gave him some practice, some lessons. It was great to watch this symbiosis of the two drivers. And now we continue watching the replays, and I guess we're about to see the final score, that the judges will finally say it. Say it. But we don't have any official data whatsoever this far. We're waiting for the graph to appear. Sergei just finished, and there's also Dmitry Yermokhin, who also changed his platform. And it will be very hard to get used to this combination for a while. Dmitry Yermokhin is associated with Silvia S15. He's been driving for the whole of his life, and now he's on board an E92. As far as the platforms are concerned and their popularity, if Nardia is open, there's a monstrous domination of E92s. Over half of the cars are E92s. Now we have 8 E92s and just the same number of A80s. So this is equality. 6 of S chassis of S13s, 4 13s and 4 15s, and we've got 6 Zs already, which means that it is gaining more and more popularity, and it is quite easy to understand. It's a modern body. It's pretty hard. It has got a great reputation. This is the result. Yes, perfect line, but angle and style-wise, there are quite a lot of deductions. -6 for the angle in sector 1. He was on the edge of the small and medium angle. At first I thought I was deceived by the camera, but not. Yes, so this is exactly what I could see. 85.5 with the general picture of what is happening. It is almost a ticket to the next round, but I remind you that we haven't even reached the middle of the qualifying, and this is the reigning champion. Here he is. We thank the random draw. It is great to see him that early. And the driver who had to be the last in the qualifying round if we applied our previous season's regulations is now here in the second group with his Supra, who didn't want to use a power steering, and it failed. Now we say bye-bye to the cones that have been covered in dust and sand, and Artyom Shabanov is doing a beautiful line in the first sector. Then he makes a smooth transition according to the assignment, collecting all TG3s, and now he's slowing down and misses touch and go 4. I thought I was mistaken, but no, I'm not. Now he's already in the last sector. Touch and go 7 is perfectly taken with the left front wheel. So line-wise, I guess there is only one little detail, and that is touch and go number 4, which costs you 4 points. Artyom Shabanov has got interesting statistics. This is his 8th stage in his career. He's got 2 victories, 5 podiums, and not a single qualifying victory, by the way. But qualifying is probably too little for him. But Ilya Fedorov has got 2 victories, but he has got 4 podiums and 0 victories in qualifying. But Ilya Fedorov took him 45 events, including this one, but Artyom Shabanov made it in 8 only. But last year's season of Artyom Shabanov was mocking the statistics and the probability theory and his opponents and everything and everyone, because everyone knows that theory, you've got to get in top 5 or top 4 in a stable manner, and it will bring you to the championships, because the stability in a multi-stage competition means more than a success at one single event. Everyone knew it in theory, and Iga Swiatek actually did it, but he missed one event and he didn't become a championship. But when Artyom started doing it, everyone was like, no way, he's gotta fail it. It has happened to Damir before, and everyone expected him that by the probability theory, it just cannot happen like this. And finally, Artyom Shabanov got a championship, and he totally deserved that victory. It wouldn't have never happened without the resources of Time Up team, so we want to thank his team with all our hearts. What you can call a little failure for Artyom Shabanov was the Krasnoyarsk event, because he was in top 8. And there he was eliminated, but he still became the champion. At least he fulfilled the minimum that he needed. Speaking about cool rookies, I've always thought that in 2023 Anton Kozlov was super cool and awesome and hyper successful, because he also started off with a victory. He kicked it off, and then 3 times, including that victory, he stepped up on the podium, and I thought it was something at the edge of reality, and the dramaturgy was beyond the edge, because the fate of the title was decided in the very last run of the very last event in one more time, and theoretically there could be another one more time, but one was enough to determine the winner of the final and the champion. But here's another remark about the run that we have just watched, coming back to Artyom Shabanov. It looked like his speed was absolutely breathtaking, but in fact, the maximum was 134. And in the slowest part, when he missed the clip, you're expected to run slightly faster if you're missing it, but it was around 60. It is not enough to get penalized, but wow, this is an inner touch. Yeah, it's 4. And wheel outside. But it could have been 99. But if he hit that inner touch and go. It could have been a 100, but, well, this was a springy run in 91 points still, and he is only 7th in the overall rank. Yeah, here I recognize what kind of qualifyings we usually have. But now the next one comes Anton Klimko, who I believe also loves Moscow Raceway, but in reverse. But in reverse. But how do you spell Moscow Raceway in reverse, I wonder? Okay, Anton Klimko on his BMW F22, number 53, from St. Petersburg. He's been having a very successful season last year, and now he is on the edge of the first and second sector. In the second, he spins the car hardly, but unlike Alexei Kozlov, he reaches touch and go 3. And now it looks like he is taking touch and go 4, the last transition, and he misses touch and go 7. At least 2 clips are missed. Speaking about the inner touch and goes, if you get them with a violation, it means you don't get them. And he's also penalized for getting outside the track. With inner touch and goes, he doesn't really handle, he cannot really take the inner touch and goes, and for some reason he's slowing down too much. What's going on with the speed? Let's check it out. He pulled the brake too much. Well, the brake itself is not a mistake, but pulling it at that moment, it's kind of a style mistake. So from here, it's really hard to tell what happened in touch and go 1. Something happened with his left foot, but this is a moment that we have seen many times. The maximum was 132.6, and only 49 is the minimum speed. And this is kind of a speed that might be penalized. I remind you that 50 kilometers per hour is the limit, and the judges have been pretty generous because many drivers have a speed of 60, so 50 looks like a gift, like a present. But this is a tough mistake. This is a minimum. But here it's a half, only a half of it, because it's not 30, it's like 30 plus, but 30 kilometers per hour is already an unchaseable, so it has to be penalized, unfortunately. And there's also some line problem, because after the dotted line where the full throttle area begins, if your speed is below 60, you can also get penalized. And Anton Klimko is on the edge because he's got exactly 60. So I cannot say I'm very precise. There is Alexander Nechayev on the judges' tower. He's got some magical, sacred version of drift dynamics that can show you the position of the car at every moment in a very precise way. I've got a simpler version because we just have to keep you informed, and this is what we're trying to do. But it gives me the feeling that at a certain point you can take 2 of these mistakes together. The third sector is 9 points. And yes, there are a lot of deductions, even though it's not as scary as I thought it would be. So he's got 83 points. This is his overall score. So maybe Anton Klimko may breathe out, but still he shouldn't relax. He's got 1 more run to do. He's got another chance. And the weather is changing again, because even if you have 1 more run to do, no one guarantees that it doesn't snow while you're doing it. You don't find yourself in the situation as Arkady Tseregradsev, who didn't go too fast, but the car just couldn't hold on to the asphalt because of the weather. So there are things to worry about. But on the other hand, all these strategies do not matter when you are just driving and when you live in that moment. And by the way, for many drivers, going with full might is easier than trying to keep it under control, to go by 0.8 or 0.9. You just have to do whatever you can. But there is a beautiful word, concentration. And this concentration, this focus, is what gives your performance. There is some drone that is being rescued. And now, finally, we meet the person who stands right in the middle of our list, Artur Zelený, and his flanker F. 1001 horsepowers. And he marks the middle of the list. Flanker F. He is a rookie of the previous year. And now this is his debut. He won qualifying in RDS Open, but on board on a different car. But his flanker is now having one wheel outside the track. And what is happening with the threes? Everything is running fine. Now he's got to screw into it, but no, he doesn't do it. Now the last sector, and he's got to work through touch and go 7. And he does it. Driver of Starper Stars, Mall, by the way. And this is a new livery. No. And yes, we thank Artur for the livery color. It's green, just like his last name is. Zelený means green. And now, from any distance, you can see Starper Stars Mall cars. They're all different, so it's good that this is not circuit racing. Fresh racing cars, for example, are all absolutely identical. That can be a little confusing. You can only tell them apart by numbers. And Starper Stars Mall team, there is a great technical diversity. 2 flankers. These are all the flankers that we've got in our championship, which is also pretty exotic. Even Arkady Tseregradzev changed the heart of his fiery chariot. Now his team's cars are all identical, and here Starper Stars have got the diversity. There's Boris Abramov, who unfortunately will not compete at this event, who has got a mechanical failure. He has got an E92 and has got an LS engine. So what do you think has broken? It was a relic. So, but this is motorsports. No one is insured against such situations. And yesterday we made jokes that Starper Stars Mall is a team that hasn't got a single JZ, which in our time is just savage. It's insane. It's crazy. Not a single JZ, not a single Supra. But, well, so no popular platforms in this team. We're waiting for the score of Artur Zelený, and we will see Sergei too. But even 2 drivers are enough to win the team's title. And the tactic of increasing the number of... yes, you see that he was penalized for touch and go 4 and for having 1 wheel outside. We saw it all. And then you can see that all the other reductions are scattered around, especially the 4th sector, angle-wise. And now we've got to sum it all up, and we will see the final result. Now we'll then continue about my strategic meditations. It's 80.5, which is 14th line of the rating. So he's on the edge, but he's got a company there. He is standing there together with quite famous drivers. Dmitry Sherbina is coming back to save himself. He's got to rescue his destiny to continue to compete in the first event of RDSGP. He was such a great chaser during practice sessions. We want to see him in tandem runs so bad. So, Dmitry, we hope all the audience, everyone is so cold. Everyone wants to see it. We are waiting for it, and then we will speak about tactics, about strategy. And now the line goes green. And now, even though it is getting sunny, the precipitation is still on, and then this is opposite drift. And that's all. -1. Or even -2, because we remember Boris Abramov. Something is wrong with the car. All right, so the car just wouldn't go. It's about the car, not the driver. That's very disappointing, very frustrating. This is a 0-0. And Dmitry Yermokhin, Sergei Sak will stay without. Look at this wind. The cone is going somewhere. But this cone is a pretty independent little guy. So if he misbehaves, he will have to go to the racing track where the environment is even worse. You can get run over. There is a big strategic sense delegating to drivers only, because the other two, even if they're not on the top with their teammates, they will still be taking up the space. So the more of you at the next stage is, the more chance you've got. And not even the top driver can reinforce the team from the strategic point of view. Leonid Schneider, time up, 79.5 points, and he is now 16th. He's got to do something. He's got to probably keep his aggression under control. We remember his rookie season with forward, with the podiums and everything. But now Leonid Schneider, after having one wheel in the no-go zone, is breaking into the track, and now he continues running along touch-and-go 3 towards touch-and-go 4. That's not the right line, not completely right line, but the borderline between the third and the fourth sector. He has one wheel outside, but now let's study together. Yes, that is a lot of material for the judges to evaluate, but now we can compare two pictures simultaneously, as though Leonid has been doubled, has been cloned, and he does two runs at the same time, as though there are two Moscow Raceways. So touch-and-go 3 is better in the second one, and the run leaves a good impression because it's sunnier. There is no snow, at least. And I love these beautiful lights on the livery, on the asphalt. And the livery is beautiful. It once again reminds me that this is a top championship of the country. You see lots of metal elements, shiny elements. When the weather is cloudy, it doesn't impress it much. But under the sun, all of these elements are shining, and I want to thank the teams for such beautiful designs. Also, you should notice that everyone looks very beautiful this year. And I'm not only speaking about the cars, but also about the race suits and the style, the visual elements. It looks like we have leveled up. In the practice sessions, very often drivers wear homologized gear, but even on Friday everyone looks great, branded, looking so handsome, not only during the briefing but also as they walk around the paddock. They look so great, so slim and nice, and it creates the atmosphere of a celebration. Too bad that on Friday the autodrome was closed for the audience. It is still a technical day for the organizers, for the drivers to adjust everything. Of course, there are photographers, cameramen, and they're making lots of footage. During the 2 days, a lot of things can happen at the autodrome, and I guess that many of you, our dear audience members, you could see that our paddock is like a town. Our retail zone is over 300 meters long, and you can, well, you see some wild animals out there. This is the only animal you can possibly take to the autodrome. Yes, a nice fox wearing a homologized race suit. That was a mascot of Carville Racing, I guess. But it looks real, you know, it's very realistic. The race suit, do they really have an official homologized suit for a fox? I know that, for example, for karting, the race suits are reinforced so that you don't hurt yourself against the asphalt, and in other motorsports it's fire resistant. All right, so now here comes Evgeny Losev, and I'm sure that he's got lots of ambitions this year, and he will do his best. He will do his best to improve his results. This is the first driver of Fresh Racing. The third group will be opened by Denis Migal, another driver of Fresh Racing, by the way, the founder of the team. Now we're still in the process of watching the second runs of the second group, and so this is where you are. We get a lot of comments about the qualifying order, like why don't everyone go just one after another? Why don't you have to break them into groups? We bring them into groups for technical breaks because the marks on the asphalt have to be refreshed. This is the score of Leonid Schneider. Some problems in the first sector, and then it was okay. So it's great to see. I am happy to see that he pulled himself together, that he was focused, because the style is almost a maximum. This is a 90 plus. Yes, a 90.5. Leonid Schneider is stepping slightly away from the dangerous zone, which is really great to see. But at the same time, the competition becomes more intensive. And this is Evgeny Losev and his Supra A80, and he is now 6th in the qualifying. Let's see what happens after he completes his second run. So now you can see the fans and everything all there. Then there will be Nizhny Novgorod, and I guess he's gonna need all that. Now Evgeny Losev was breaking into the scored section of the track, and he's drawing a line along the white mark, and now these are touch and goes number 3, the entire array underneath the wheels of Supra A80, and then he gracefully shifts inward, and now the last sector, the last transition, and here it also looks perfect. Of course, this is exactly what we expected from Evgeny Losev, but here you can feel like he has just demonstrated us some healthy aggression, but in the deceleration zone before touch and go number 4, there was a very typical sound of a JZ when it gave a little roar before the dotted line, which means that Evgeny Losev pressed the accelerator long in advance, and he approached this inner touch and go in a very beautiful way. I may suppose that the speed was around 65 kilometers per hour. I guess, approximately, but it could be also more than that. And by the way, Evgeny Losev also has usually shown very high speeds in around that area, both last years and in the practice sessions. This is what I recall. I remember how surprised we were at how fast he can run at this configuration. Sometimes his speed could even be 70 kilometers per hour at that moment. But if we recall the 81 Mark edition of Losev, he has always surprised us with his initiation speeds. He has always been at the top of all of that. And then that is that transition sounds and the angles. Speaking about the top drivers, the most famous drivers, they're all top. But it's interesting when you reveal these personal things. In some tracks, you can even see, what differs Evgeny Losev from Damir Idiaturin, for example. This is music. He is dancing to some music. Yeah, I see. A great way to tune up. Why not? I looked up the rev dynamics system, and I don't really trust these data because there are some weird angles, but you know, the speed is not over the top. I mean, Georgy Chevchan, for example, is still the reference with his 146 kilometers per hour as maximum, and Losev has more relaxed numbers, but the general pace, the general speed looks just inspiring, you know? It is breathtaking in a way. And I want to believe that there is some improvement, because this kind of a run kind of deserves a higher score than 95. And this is my emotional perception. And the judges, of course, will now formulate it in the formal language of numbers. But it is hard, because this is poem. This is a poem. And trying to put this poem into the metal structure of numbers is hard. Or maybe it's a kind of a dance, whatever, the way you want to call it. It was a very nice comparison of tandem runs with capoeira, when you don't have a you don't have to hit your opponent. This is a kind of a tandem motion, magic, contactless magic, interaction, but without contacts. And now one of the cones is trying to escape. Just look at these naughty cones. They want to go to a warmer place. It's quite a summer weather in Krasnoyarsk. It's plus 20 something, plus 30 in Yekaterinburg. And in Moscow, it's about 0. And Moscow is Arctic. So we're waiting now for the judges' assignments, and we are looking backstage to see how long we've got to wait before the score appears. And yes, the way it looks, maximum for the line and maximum for the style. So he was so much praised for a reason. So Georgy Chevchan, can you just scoot a little bit? Yevgeny Losev steps on the top position. He's got 97.5. Yevgeny Losev from Fresh Racing, a new leader of the qualifying. Let's give him applause. Applause to whoever can make him move. Yevgeny Losev is the first driver who's got a 90-plus result in both attempts. And here comes Anton Dmitrienko. He is ready to do his second run. His first run score was 61.5, which is almost 0 in our today's reality. This is a ticket home. And now Anton Dmitrienko, number 4, is running. And this is the initiation. Now he's crossing the first sector, now goes on again. And there will be a question about the border of the track, and now he misses touch and go 3. Oh wow, Anton, he's missing touch and go number 4. This doesn't look good at all. And he also gets 6 and misses 7. Maybe someone has just breathed out, even though it sounds pretty cynical, but I think these are nerves. I think this is about anxiety. The entire run just fell apart. Even if you breathe out, it is sort of a disappointment, not relief. It's kind of a guilty pleasure when something bad happens to someone else, not with yourself. Just like Dmitry Sherbina, for example, someone just signed with relief, saying, okay, not me. The same happened with Boris Abramov. Someone said, not me. I know that it sounds bad, but you know, from the point of view of a competition, it's an understandable thing. Of course, it's not good to lose anyone, but there are people who say, okay, this knockout zone is slightly less, which means that it might be a little bit easier for me. Those who have a fixed result, who cannot do anything already, are also now counting, trying to evaluate their chances, what this driver can do, what that driver can do. No one expected to see Arkady Tsaregradtsov in the area where he is now, but whatever it is, they're now looking at the list of the drivers and thinking, would 75 points be enough or not? Would 80 be enough or not? Because it can be anything. It can be anything. And if we recall the previous season, we had lots of drivers with a 90-plus performance. And I'm saying it like a person who's gonna comment on the top 10 of the qualifying. And there, we haven't seen anyone below 90 points for a very long time. Everyone has got over 94 points results. This is the zone where the entire battle takes place. And very often the leaders have the same scores. In Krasnoyarsk, we had the extravaganza, the 5 by 95. Of course, 95 is not the highest score ever. And Arkady Tsaregradtsov had 2 by 100, and this is a top achievement. But 5 by 95, it's so fantastic. Also, the weather wasn't very good. It was kind of hard to handle. So 5 by 95 with something extremely impressive. And once again, what's fun, we've been speaking about the performance of a single track. Arkady Tsaregradtsov has got more victories than anyone else here at this configuration, Moscow Raceway downhill first event. But at Igora, as we said last year, Arkady the 2x100, and this is 55. Oh God, he's 19th, and there is no improvement. God, only Dmitry Sherbina is lower, and he's got 00, and this is a catastrophe. I don't know what happens. And it looks like this is going to be something miraculous, but negatively miraculous. All right, so now here comes the driver of VS team from St. Petersburg, Anatoly Kizin, who has got quite a good chance, especially if he improves his result in the first run. He can make it to top 32. His first result was 82.5 points, and now he's got to correct the situation somehow. Number 812, which is the phone code of St. Petersburg. He begins his run 82.5, and this is the reference point that Anatoly established for himself. Now it's time to improve it. Just look how he threw some dust at the Furidash's zone cones, and he crosses the track borderline. He is already in the next sector, and there is no good result. The vector is very dangerous. He misses touch and go number 3. Now he is already in the last sector, and here he is on the edge of the no-go zone. I don't even know what the replay shows, but this far I've got a feeling that he's on the edge. Not beyond the edge, but on the edge. I don't know whether that wheel was on the line or it crossed it, but I could see it in that dangerous area. Yes, one wheel was outside. Here I didn't really see it clearly. Some bad fortune. He spun his car too much, overdid it with the angle, and this is why he couldn't get 3/3. Touch and go 3/3. So of course it makes an impact on the score. Only 3 points, but still, this is a deduction. But generally, line-wise, he looked pretty well. The only thing is that this narrowed down line on the way from touch and go 3 to touch and go 4, there will be a deduction for the style, because it was a slightly eccentric line. Maybe some angle penalization is possible. And once again we see the situation where one line mistake causes a whole array of other mistakes. An angle which is wrong can shift the car line-wise, and it can cause a series of deductions. There are no mistakes that are isolated. Only in a touch and go is an example of a isolated mistake that doesn't cause any other deductions, but still, you know, it can be different. It can be tied to something. I remember the run of Arkady Tsergrazov in Nizhny Novgorod when he got 98 points for having one wheel out there in the sweeper, and no more other questions whatsoever. The same thing happened in Rostov-on-Don when Alexei Kozlov crossed the border of the track 2 times, and he got 96 points. With tears in his eyes, Andrei Ostapov, the line judge, had to deduct these 2 points twice for 2 border crossings, because there was nothing else to penalize. And in Europe, in RDS Europe, didn't have any 100-point qualifyings. I guess it was Denis Rakaput in Kazan, but back then I wasn't in RDS Europe. But let's check our data. But I remember Denis Rakaput looked extremely inspiring in Kazan, and it was so breathtaking. I still feel very sad that there are no proper spectator seats there in Kazan, so that we cannot use this facility for RDS-GP. But also for RDS-GP, this court section of the track is too short. The speed is very high, and the place is small, only 2 transitions. Does it create some limits? I don't know. But, well, only sky is the limit. Who knows? Also, a very big gravel pit I remember how the Ferrari wheels got blocked because the pieces of gravel got stuck in between the discs and the brakes. And now, in the meanwhile, the score of Anatoly Kizin is ready. And here's good news, because there is an improvement. -3 for touch and go /1 /2. Yes, and some wheels outside. Angle-wise, -4.5 points. And style-wise, Vladimir Safonov also takes 4 points away. So this is a total of 85.5. which is 3 points more. And he is 11th. He is 11th. And if we imagine that there are 20 more drivers who perform better, he can already breathe out, give a sigh of relief. He's still there. So everyone who's got better score than Anatoly can also sigh with relief. But Alexei Kozlov, he's still in trouble, because 74 points in the first run is still holding him back. Let's watch this driver of Predator Drift team. Now he avoids this burnout area. He runs in the first sector, Alexei Kozlov, and he takes touch and go 1. And here, without any violations, he is doing much better now. And now still 3/3 is missed. And what's happening here? Everything is running well. And the last transition, missing touch and go 5. And now the last sector. And yeah, here he is there. 2 wheels. And would it be a -5 or something? And minus the last touch and go number 7, which is -4 more points, which is 9. And, well, it is always sad when a run that could be a 90 plus, but starting with touch and go 3/3, something seems to be very wrong. Like there is a different person on board. I guess maybe it was also the speed. This is what made the car push off the edge, and the angle changed from 7 to 1.5, and then there came physics. If your speed is not high, and the speed wasn't high, unfortunately, it was 122.5, so it's not high. No matter how you look at it, it's not 146. It's not even 140. And therefore, when the inertia doesn't pull you along, there come such things. This is when they occur. The car pushes off the edge, the border. The same happens if you reduce the torque with your clutch. You push off the border of the track, and of course it is not good at all. What could the driver do? With this speed, I think he could do nothing. I guess any action, any corrections would only make it worse. But I guess the judges... Oh, yes, this is a good approach. This is well done. Yeah, great. This is how you can support your favorite driver. You also keep yourself warm. Yeah, the judges always say that you shouldn't try to stick your car where it cannot go. Just get that penalty. Just eat that penalty, but don't get a whole array of deductions for the style, for the angle, and everything as you're trying to stick your car where it cannot go. This is a piece of wisdom, and it was yesterday greatly highlighted by the judges during the briefing when they said, don't, just keep running in a harmonic way. And this is why the judgment procedure is focused on this kind of result, because it's more predictable for the chaser. If the leader is making some artistry with the line, pressing pedal, the chaser would be really surprised, would be really confused, because he doesn't know what to expect from the leader. How can you get closer? No way. And the tandem run would simply fall apart, and the guilty party will be the leader, not the chaser. And this is what you've got to understand. Some mistakes of the chaser can be forgiven, because the chaser is not responsible for creating the right position for both cars. So Alexei did it right, I guess. He should have taken the clips that he missed. And by the way, the wheels were outside only once, not twice. This is why the deduction for TG7 is not as heavy as it could be. Also notice angle-wise, style-wise, in Sector 4, the deduction was inevitable, unfortunately. So here we go, 18 for the line, 27 and 5 for the angle. And so it makes a total of 76. It is an improvement, but it doesn't really change his position. He is still 18th out of 20. And there are 20 more drivers to go. And we understand very well, 20 plus 18 makes little more than 32. Of course, provided that all of them are better, like absolutely all of them are better. And this is not unreal. You know, it is pretty possible, because I believe that everyone has got to get an 80 plus result, just because all of them have experience, all of them have the skill. There is a technical factor, and there are nerves. I guess the same can be said about this driver. His first run was quite good. It was 85.5. Let's see what he can do in the second one. This champion of Eastern Europe will now definitely get to -2 points and -2 more points for having the wheels outside, but it's time to get back. But he saves himself. He saves himself in the last sector, and well, what can you do? The run fell apart at the moment when his rear axle slipped on the curb and the grid area. The car began to slip, and it was about to spin. The car was about to spin, and when it happens, there is nothing, absolutely nothing you can do except to wait and keep your clutch pressed. But he was pressing the acceleration no matter what. And, well, basically that was the right thing to do, because the run went on. The question is whether it would be better than 85.5 points, and I really doubt that, seriously, because there has been lots of adventures. He has been having quite a hard time on board this freshly built Nissan Z, but also everyone is taking out their calculators, and our judges are taking out their calculators, because there are things to calculate. Once again, if he only had one wheel outside, if he didn't come back, it would have been better than whatever happened here now. Speaking about the liveries and colors, I really like this Autobahn livery, because it has a sort of a vibe, kind of a retro racing vibe. Simple geometry, especially on Dmitry Ermohin's car, which will come later. You will see it, because it's a classic, a real racing classic, some old school, but there are lots of approaches. For example, there is Lukoil Drift Team, or just any Lukoil, in circuit racing Lukoil. They stick to the same principles in the livery. It's conservative on one hand, but on the other, it is innovative in a way. Sergei is very discontent with his performance, and that's pretty clear. But you see, now he's gonna wait for the results. Arkady Tsergratsev said he hated to wait, but you can imagine what it feels like to watch your colleagues thinking, make a mistake, make a mistake, make a mistake. But, well, Sergei Sak is 31st with a guarantee, so he will be in top 32, I guess. I don't know whether he is thinking about it or not. I could tell that he was upset, of course, because any driver wants to be as high as possible in the rating. You want to pick the lane, because according to our rules, you can pick the lane. We could see it in the Winter Cup and at the RDS Open. It was very fun to see how the drivers approach it. The Mirya Turin, for example, always picks the leader's lane. But you see, this lane choice didn't really change anything strategically at the Winter Cup, because there is no tire consumption. With Linglong, there are not so many problems, but previously, when we were using other tires, Yevgeny Losev often got in a situation when, after his lead run, he cannot catch up with the leader as a chaser, because his tires are simply dead. There's no rubber left. Here, the asphalt is not very abrasive, and it's pretty cool. So we could tell that this tire problem is not really very acute, but also here at Moscow Raceway, it was allowed to swap the tires. because there are lots of right turns where the pressure on the left tire is stronger than on the right. But I guess no one has done more than 3 runs on the same tire set. And the third is usually not good. But also, speaking about the sweeper. Here's a observation of one of our technical scrutineers, Dmitry, who is working on the scales. He said that the cars have different length of the base on the left and the right. Some of the cars have asymmetric. They're adjusted for some key points, some keystone of the track. For example, if the left wheels are play a bigger role in the support of the car, and therefore the adjustment can be asymmetric, slightly asymmetric, and forward racing does it quite a lot. These cars, when they go straight, it looks like they go slightly sideways, because this makes it easier for the drivers to run through the turns and sweepers. So this is not a bug, this is a feature. All right, so this is the result. 5 for the angle in sector 4, -6 for the wheels. Yeah, he has done a lot. Still, this is 75.5 points. No improvement, and this is not really good. 10 points than he had before, and he is now 15th, even though, yes, he's 12th. He's 12th because Anatoly Kizin is ahead. He's also got the 85, but he's at 82 in the second run. So Anatoly and Sergei are outside the risky area, I guess. They should be safe. Now, Artyom Shabanov, and the name of his car looks slightly dangerous. Not Lucifera, but Lucifer. Okay, so this is the reigning champion of RDS-GP, Artyom Shabanov, is doing his second qualifying run. The first sector, very cool line, just like previous run. And now he's collecting. Touch and go number 2 makes a beautiful transition, collecting all TGs number 3, and now he's already in the deceleration zone. Here he had to press the accelerator, and he did it. Now the last transition, he takes TG6 and the last 7th touch with a slight straightening, not to fly in the no-go zone with the left front wheel. But I think that he didn't really see it. I think it was more of an intuition. There was one micro straightening, but there was also one serious deceleration that I could see. You could tell that the car kind of slowed down. It was 91 points in the first run, and he was 7th in the overall racing. He's got number 77. He's 7th in the rating. So all the 7s, all combinations of 7s have been used. We've got 77 and 7 and 777. And as far as I know, we cannot use 4-digit numbers, because otherwise we would have lots of birth years as the start numbers, for example. There's also 707 that hasn't been used, or maybe 177, 171, or 7017. So, dear rookies, you've got lots of open options. But now, pace-wise, speed-wise, it is all very beautiful. Artyom Shabanov is not the fastest ever, according to what I can see in Drift Dynamics. But still, this is not about the absolute speed. It doesn't really change anything. It doesn't play any critical role. But Artyom ran faster, this time with 141 in the fastest part, and it begins snowing once again. Why cannot we do anything with it? Why doesn't it go to Moscow? Why is it here? The wind blows west. Why doesn't it take there? Let's ask the wind. Let's ask the wind that it takes the snow to Moscow. They don't care. They don't have any racing going on there. All right, so we are now waiting for the score of Artyom Shabanov. So if you have just joined us, let me explain what is happening. Let me explain. So this is beautiful landscape, and whoa, here you can perfectly see that Artyom Shabanov is very close to Evgeny Losev and Georgy Chevchan, and he is standing right there. This is a total of 98.5, and this is a new leader of the qualifying now on the screens. His avatar is on the screens, and now we welcome Anton Klimko. He is at the start. BMW F22 St. Petersburg, 83 points for the first run and the 14th position in the rating. It doesn't guarantee him anything, absolutely anything. So now we're getting closer to the middle, and we thought that the threshold would be somewhere around 85, and I guess it looks pretty realistic. So now the F22 is scattering sparks. Anton Klimko is making an aggressive initiation and is dancing on the white line. He doesn't cross it. The snowflakes are in the air once again, and now Anton continues running. He slows down pretty strongly, and you could see it before as well. Now the last transition, touch and go number 7 with the left front wheel, just as prescribed by the judges, and everything looks really fine. This is a pretty surreal impression that this run makes on me because of the snow. Because I just caught myself thinking that there is white smoke, white snowflakes. Because, well, we always want to see smoky drifting, but in winter, drifting is not smoky. And now here we have both. We've got snow, we've got smoke, and we've got everything. Amazing. This is something surreal, and it looked like something was burning. Or is it an exhaust system? I guess it makes some fun sounds in the cockpit. And it can also be the screamer pipe. The screamer pipe, which is an exhaust system element. There is a wastegate. But maybe I shouldn't get into it. So there is a wastegate, and it is necessary to control the pressure, to take some exhaust gases from the turbocharger. The more gas goes to the hottest part of the turbocharger, the slower the compressor rotates. The colder the turbocharger, the less is the pressure. So when the wastegate opens to release all of those gases, some fire can come out. And this pipe, which is below, is called the screamer pipe. So what couldn't burn in the combustion chamber, it goes there. We sometimes see some flames at the start, and this little side pipe is what lets the excesses of fumes to burn. So everything that couldn't burn in the combustion chamber reveals itself in such a way. There's also anti-lag system, the ILS system, which is also working there, and it looks, okay, so there is a lot of angle. -5 for Anton Klimko, 1 for the style, and 30 for the line, 30 for the angle. It would have been a maximum last year, but here it is not. And this is a maximum of 94. Yeah, so he stepped back. He jumped away. He took off from that risky area. And now Anton Klimko is 6th. Very confident he should be now for the rest of the qualifying. And now here comes Artur Zeleny, who should be slightly worried because 80.5 for the first run is a little bit too little for a driver of Star Pro Stars IMO. And now he's got to do something with it. And by the way, the weather is not really good, even though the sun is coming out to make this car shine even more beautiful. Artur Zeleny in the first run. He is in touch and go 1 and then flanker F. And he didn't have enough inertia to reach touch and go number 2. He presses all the pedals, making his car run on the clips, and he does it. Too much angle, and this is a 0, unfortunately. Yes, unfortunately, a flanker cannot get from such angles. He cannot get away with it. Since Sergei Kuznetsov has got a wise fob on his flanker, and Artur Zirovny has got a wise fob on his flanker, but even the wise fob couldn't make it. Due to its irregular configuration, having the transmission on the rear, it has a different character. All right, so the second group has just finished its qualifying. We've got 2 more groups to go, 20 more drivers, and now we take a small commercial break.
I don't listen to the haters, man, I treat them like the enemy. Had a couple traitors, man, but now they know the penalty. I tell them, see you later, fam, I do not need this jealousy. I got no time for failure, man, I want to leave a legacy. I lock in, I'm sold out, pop up for the whole crowd. I got this, I roll out, I promise, have no doubt. I'm all in, here I go now, call in, you roll out. Take hostage, the pros out, they knock this and I throw down. We gon' make it all the way. We don't care what they all will say.
Get your blood pumping.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
Мы — команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы — тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
And we are back on air. We are back to Moscow Raceway and we continue. We prepare to continue the qualifying of the first event of RDS GP 2025. Our technical service is now actively working on the track to ensure the visual control of the judge's assignment, because we know that the touch and goes where the rear wheels are running into maybe a race pretty fast. We've got 40 drivers and everyone is doing 2 runs, and yeah, so they get erased. Now the technical service is leaving the track, and let me remind you that the general sponsor of Russian Drift Series is VTB Bank. The official sponsor is premium class motor oil manufacturer IMOL company. And Level Kitchen provides healthy nutrition to match your goals. And our friends from Level Kitchen have got a full food truck at our food court. And there are lots of interesting things you can find at our retail zone, such as RDS Shop, which is there welcoming you. So if you couldn't, and if you didn't dress up properly, you've got RDS Shop where you can buy jackets and hats and everything. And even if you are watching us online, you can also buy branded RDS items on RDS Shop RU. We've got a magazine, which is a tradition since the last year, and we continue it. We've got Champion, the Champion's Supra wearing the new livery on the cover, Artyom Shabanov. And this is the first issue of the year 2025. It's available at RDS Shop, and starting from Monday it will be available online as well. So I remind you, rdsshop.ru. Artyom Shabanov is the leader of the qualifying with 98.5 points after his first run. He had 91, then he added more aggression and pace, and he outperformed Evgeny Losev, who has been sitting on the throne of the qualifying leader. We've got such a beautiful landscape here. I just looked outside, so if you don't go there, it looks like it should be very warm because it's very sunny. But once you are outside, you feel that the sun is shining, but the air is just crunchy cold. It's like in the Arctic. But once again, my friends, I remind you that we've got Yandex Food, now a partner, and we've got Yandex Food Lounge Zone, and there you can definitely find some hot beverages, and you can also order a meal to your seat, to the spectator stands. So use the Yandex Food app to order some meals. But I guess that in such a weather, it should be good to walk a little bit to move your body. But if you don't want to miss your favorite driver, you can always order the food to where you are. Denis Migal is now burning out together with the cameraman. Would we see these lights, these racing lights? This is approximately where the cameraman was standing. You can see how nice it is to take your partner to the drifting competition. You can keep each other warm, hugging. I'm sure that it means so much for the drivers. Thank you for being with us. But of course, you could be at home watching us on TV, but you prefer to be here instead, and it makes us very nice and feel very nice and feel warmer. We are really sorry. We apologize for the Moscow spring, but well, what can we do? You can see this little cube on the left. This is a premature start signal. It goes on if anyone breaks the starting procedure. It is possible in tandem runs, and on the left, if we could switch it and see wider, there's a little thing that burns green then yellow, and before it turns red, the race director may start the starting procedure even if both cars have arrived. Of course, no one's going to be that strict to the drivers, but this is one of the regulations that we introduced this year to make the process more dynamic. Of course, I know how ironic it sounds, because the regulation has been there, but the qualifying is still taking eternity. We just saw the dashboard of Denis Smigal's car, and I noticed that as the car is standing on the start, it is cooling down. You see that the temperature is falling because it's very cold outside, and I guess this is one of the advantages. The engine feels okay, the engine doesn't overheat. We've got 4 gasoline-driven, gasoline-powered cars. This is Dmitry Yermokhin. He's got 109 octane. We've got 2 cars of Carville Racing, Ivan Palmin and Grigory Burlutsky. As Oleg, the manager of the team, said, we are old believers. Okay. Whatever. Oleg doesn't make an impression. Who else? Anatoly Kizin also has 109X. And Ilya Fedorov, who told me himself, this is a self-mixed fuel. He's a special recipe. So he mixes his own cocktail based on 100 gasoline from a regular petrol station. Someone could use it as an advertising opportunity, but no one did. So we've got 5 cars that run on gasoline. Of course, switching from alcohol to gasoline should be really hard, because once you get used to alcohol, you cannot really slip off. I spoke to Dmitry Yermokhin, asked him why he wouldn't like to switch on the alcohol, because this high-octane gasoline is twice more expensive than alcohol. Like this 109X costs like 7,000 rubles, and he said that the problem of alcohol is that it doesn't have any lubricating elements. It doesn't contain any oil products. It also contains some water, even if there's a little, and it makes a load on the fuel system. And you need more alcohol, like 40% more alcohol than gasoline with the same power characteristics. And what also matters is that there is some lubrication in gasoline, but there is none in alcohol, especially if you recall diesel engines. There is some oil, but it doesn't play such a critical role as octa fuel. And for alcohol, you've got to readjust your fuel system, and often you just cannot get enough electric power. You got to change your generator or use another one. So the entire system gets more sophisticated. That's true. But as a bonus, you get more combustion products, and your turbocharger reaches the required revolution rate faster, and the heat load on all these elements reduces, and it helps the entire system be a little bit safer. Danilo Vorobyov also uses gasoline, by the way. And speaking about Carville Racing and Ivan Palmin, Grigory Burlutsky, the partners of Carville Racing have been one of a racing center, and the guys who have been in rally for many years, they still have this rally word in the name of the fuel that they're using. So they stick to their roots. Don't forget their fathers, let's say so. Grigory Burlutsky has got lots of prizes in various disciplines of motorsports, including circuit racing and rally, representing the same team. And this is how the entire team is following Grigory Burlutsky from one discipline to another. And he's got a title of the Master of Sports. Grigory Burlutsky is the only Master of Sports of Russia. We've got a Master of Sports of Belarus, Sergei Sak, and International Master of Sports of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and that is Pyotr Borodin, who's got 5 titles in rally and Kazakhstan Rally Championship. Very successful World Championship performance in rally again. So Pyotr is now, I'm sorry, give me a minute. Pyotr Borodin is now 29 years old, and he dedicated his life to motorsports. He dedicated 22 years of his life to this. So he's got huge experience. He's also a karting championship. He and his father holds a driving school. So this is a dynasty, racing dynasty in Kazakhstan. And Pyotr Borodin, by the way, still, with my all respect to drifting in Kazakhstan, they do not have configurations with such high speeds. But still, Pyotr Borodin adjusted himself very quickly, and he feels very comfortable. And yesterday's runs really convinced us that Moscow Raceway didn't really astonish him. He is pretty comfortable. But I forgot to ask him if he if he practices in sim drifting. But okay, I've got a lot of time. I will ask him later. And now I wish good luck to everyone who hasn't come on the racing track. And to everyone who has, I wish you patience. Coming back to rally, I'm sure that if you can run around forest at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, should be okay driving sideways at 150 kilometers per hour. But also the price of the mistake is very high. In rally, you can crash in the woods, but still a small mistake in rally can be compensated. But here in drifting, you've got a 20-second run, so if you make a mistake, you don't have a time to correct it. And this is the magazine that we mentioned. It is about Mikhail Davidyans, a new judge of RDS-GP. Let's show it to the audience. This is Mikhail Davidyans. This is how he looks. He is a guy who deducted 2.5 points from Evgeny Losev. And also there is an interesting situation that we call don't judge so that you're not judged. Mikhail Davidyans is a driver of RDS Open where Andrei Astapov is a judge, and here it's vice versa. So it's also very funny. But, you know, like, we're all adult people, we are all responsible, we are all doing our job. This is Danilo Vorobyov and his car. Danilo Vorobyov is here in his helmet. He's wearing a helmet. But you can find his pictures without a helmet as well. So if anyone wants to know where Anton Novikov is, he decided to focus as a technical director of Start Pro Stars, IMOL. The team is having very difficult season, very intensive. We can also say that Sergei Svechikov is the manager now. We know him very well from Fresh Racing, whatever it has been called in various periods of its history. And the triumph of 2021, he was there in the team at that moment. Then he focused more on marketing, and I already made jokes with him, saying that as a driver who can be a spotter or a coach, you can say, can I just go and drive again? And this is what Anton Novikov did. He just wanted to be there. And that the same can be said about Sergei. He couldn't stand that marketing. But come on, we said, it's so great. No oil, no gasoline, beautiful girls. But no, he says, I want to play with metal things. Okay, so now here we are with Fresh Racing, Denis Smigal and his A80. They begin their run. Number 33, Denis Smigal and his first qualifying attempt. The first sector, he takes touch and go number 1, and then having reduced the angle a little bit, I wonder what Mikhail Davidyans says about it. Denis is breaking into sector number 2, collecting all the threes on the way. And yes, also touch and go 4. And then he's got to make a transition into big angle, which he does, and then go to the last clip. And therefore, he makes a very beautiful run. For the first run, it's just amazing. Let's get back to the two drivers. I discovered a formula. A driver would agree for any job if he can drive a car as a bonus. Very often, drivers can take up managerial functions because they can still drive. All right, but we can also say that shifting for a Supra A80 was an organic thing for Denis. He looks very harmonic on board this car, even though A80 and A90 are two very different platforms. And McPherson A80 is a square car. It is a different platform, and a Supra is not super long on one hand, but on the other, it's longer than A90. It's more sensitive to various corrections. And Sergei Sak also noticed it, and he mentioned it, that the nose, the front axle, reveals all the corrections. This is why Gorcha reduces the grip on the front axle so that the car doesn't react that sharply to any action of the driver. But here you've got to find this golden middle, that golden balance. Denis is having a slightly easier time because he's got two test drivers. They tamed this Supra A80 for him. Of course, it is all an individual thing, but if you're given a base which you can work on, in circuit racing, they hardly ever listen to young drivers. And here, you see, here it's all different. Here, without adjustments, you cannot run anywhere. Drifting is a very different discipline if you compare it to any others. You can see that it can be adjusted by one driver and it will run like this. There are some stable factors, but once another one gets in the saddle, it has to be readjusted. So sometimes it looks very sensible to switch from one platform to another and makes you think that it couldn't be any other way. The cars of Fresh Racing are almost identical, but there are some differences. Denis Migal and Evgeny Losev have a stroke 3 and 4 engines, and Damir has got a 3-liter block. All the three cars have billet block engines and 3 different turbochargers, but it's curious. 44 millimeters precision for the Mirdyaturin, 66 for Denis, and 68 for Evgeny Losev. And this is the result. Looks like in the fourth sector, the transition was too broad, too smooth. Maximum for the line, without any doubt. So, this is a brilliant first result, 92.5. Yeah, I know that he's only 8th this far, but on the other hand, this is a ticket to top 32, definitely, for sure. So congratulations to Denis and his team, who is the reigning champion. Already 2 drivers in top 32, and I'm sure that Damir Dyaturin also joins, but we will wait and see. And here's a combination we've got to get used to. Avtoban team, Dmitry Ermohin and E92. These retro style wheels, and the light goes green, and this is Dmitry Ermohin. He is running on his first qualifying run. Almost a clean look, I would say, the first sector. Yes, he also takes touch and go 2. The angle really reduces to a small one. Then the left foot helps the right. And finally misses that clip, but in the last sector, you know, a lot has changed for Dmitry Ermohin. He also changed his position on board, because in Silvia he was on the right hand, but now in E92 he is on the left, a left-handed car. And perhaps he did it because in his regular life he prefers left-handed cars, and not to feel this readjustment, to avoid this readjustment. Also, he's got the winter drifting, which is also left-handed. This is his general preference. There's one team from Krasnoyarsk, Takayama Forward Order, has right-handed cars. I have driven a stock E92, but you know, it's a very strange feeling. It wasn't my first experience with a right-handed car, but when it's a BMW, it feels really bizarre. I don't know why, but there is such a problem. I know that professional drivers don't have this, but when you're trying to find a handbrake and it's not there, it feels really weird. But professional drivers also have this problem. Sometimes someone doesn't care, I know, but in a way, in a certain moment, it can play a back joke on you. There have been situations when at the run-in, at the initiation, instead of grabbing the handbrake, the driver would just bang the door because he is expecting to find the handbrake there. Well, things happen. I hope it doesn't happen to Dmitry Yermokhin. Look what else happened there. It was either a yes or a no. It's not really clear, but we will see it later in the digital way. The line score is not ready because Stanislav has to use his microscope, so to say, to see where it is. At first he uses a slow-mo scope and then he uses a microscope to see everything the way it was. So what happened? So what happened is there is no result as far. We will see it all later. -10 for the line, and only merely for missing those squares and the angle and the style. Okay. He's got to correct the line. It will be okay. Let's count how much it makes altogether. And altogether it makes 84. 84, because sometimes we are asked to say the results out loud. I think we always do. I didn't really see the rank. He's 16th. He's 16th. This far. He's 1 point lower than Ilya Polishchuk. He's on the edge. Here comes Pyotr Borodin. We have already mentioned him. He represents Almaty, Kazakhstan. Forward Racing F15, 2JZ GDE, a 3-liter engine, unlike the two other cars of Takayama. And here we are. The first official qualifying in an RTSGP for Pyotr Borodin. And he's already in the first sector. He gets touch and go 1, and he's got one wheel outside. A problem at the transition. It looks like the car was trying to struggle with the driver, but the situation was still kept under control, even though the run slightly fell apart, and it happened in that unfortunate point where you've got to collect one clip after another. But you could see that he missed the clip number 7. But it looked like, a thing that is about to fall, and it's rocking from side to side until it finally falls. So the same happened here. It looked very unstable from the very beginning. It looked like he lost control over the front axle, and he's been looking for it in that zone. But finally, it all happened there. The grip came back, and this is snow. The snow is back. Maybe this is the reason. Unfortunately, there was no straightening, but the angle dramatically reduced to 25 degrees. So now Mikhail Davidians will have to use his microscope to study the angles, to see what happened and how to evaluate it from the perspective of his criterion, which is the angle. In tandem runs, the judges will do the same. They will score the leaders just like they do now. So it is not only distribution of positions in the competition bracket, it's also about some digital mathematic evaluation. And this is also gonna be a reference for tandem runs. So that we compare the qualifying score and the tandem run score if we have a technical opportunity. Like of course we do, because we're also keeping records, and we can compare one with another. I hope that we get the information properly, but we also have a little hole for us to peep outside, so we can see. We will also ask permission. So if there is nothing in the graphics, this is our first event this year, so anything is possible. But I guess we will be able to do everything. From our side, we will do our best to show you the fullest picture. Of course, we will also have to consult our colleagues, what we can say, what we shouldn't say. But this way or another, we'll try to make this process as informative for you as possible. We will try to keep it as visual as possible. a lot of work has been done, and now this is the result of Piotr Borodin. 2 inner touch and goes have been missed. 2 times wheels were outside, so this is the result. So let's see, and this is 73.5, and this is a picture that doesn't make us happy at all. He's 21st, which looks very, very dangerous. We know that probably the threshold will be somewhere around 80. So if you are standing below the 80, it's not good at all. If you are higher, then this is still not a reason to relax. So let's continue. Ilya Popov from Likar Одержимый Motorsport. And the first qualifying run. Let's go. This is initiation, and the car number 22, and slightly lazy. It looked a little lazy at first, but I know that this is an optical illusion. That was a very tough correction. It will be definitely penalized. And then losing angle, Ilya Popov is moving to the next section. Then he collects the last one, but number 3 was almost a strategy. Ilya Popov is still young, but he is pretty experienced. He's 21 years old, just like his twin brother, Vladislav Popov, and just like Leonid Schneider. This is their 15th event in their career, so they are doing their 3rd full season in our series, so they do have some experience. But I wouldn't say that they didn't play any significant role in their first season. The first event, of course, was a sort of a warm-up for them, but at the second one, which hit their birthday, by the way, Ilya was maybe slightly less convincing, but Vlad was in top 8, which was like a wow for a person who just came, who is a rookie, and they didn't do anything. They didn't go to RDS Europe at first, as many rookies do. They went directly to RDS GP, and still the outcome was that Vlad won an event that year, and it was a huge dramaturgy. These guys didn't know what to do at first, the first event, and there were so many problems. They were so young, and then a victory of one of them, an event victory, it was something absolutely fantastic. And the final, that was a final of very youthful drivers. Timofey Dobrovolsky kept company for Vladislav Popov, and it was incredibly cool. It was event number 6, 2023. As I said, the reverse configuration of Moscow Raceway is always exciting. But Ilya is catching up with his brother. There is also one remarkable ADM Raceway event, or it was Moscow Raceway. I think it was ADM, but we'll recall. Arkady Tseregradzev said that after he saw it, he was shocked. This is 80 points, and he is 18th, and he passes Arkady Tseregradzev, which is kind of symbolic. Half a point, but he passes him, and Arkady is now 19th. Considering that there are quite a lot of drivers for us to see 17 more. This is the first thing, and the second is these are pretty serious drivers, all of them. There is also one more run to do, so let us not lament all those who couldn't get a 90-plus result, and let's shift our attention to this guy. Who would ever guess that Danila Skorobogatov would join Lukoil Racing Drift Team? Besides Danila Vorobyov, who has been in the team for quite a while, Danila Skorobogatov joined. Yes, now his car is really left-handed, and this is the E92 Adler Fighter of Grigory Gusev. Exactly. Grigory is now driving an A90, and Danila Skorobogatov is on board this vehicle, and he's making a very wide, big initiation, missing touch and go 2, and then he crosses the border of the track where, yes, here he is. We found him. And here the inner clip is also taken, and generally after that weird beginning it looks pretty well on the last sector. There is touch and go 7, so we switched to this view right on time, so it's good that we did, and we could see him taking touch and go number 7. Here's a question about touch and go 5. If you don't take touch and go 2, this is something weird, maybe only if you reduce the angle. But what happened with the speed at the beginning? If we can download the data, it's all very curious. There can be 2 reasons. The speed is not really very impressive. At a certain moment, looked like the run kind of stopped, and the speed was 134, but I mean the acceleration, the running before the initiation. So there could be 2 reasons for such a behavior of the car, like excessive angle at the initiation. And now let's move out there. Yeah, this is initiation. 41 degrees, so it's a little bit too little, especially considering that the initiation has to go in the medium angle, and then the track is curved, so the angle reduces, then there's a transition small angle, and it has to increase to medium and then go small again. So summing up, we can say that at the beginning of the run, at the initiation stage, something went wrong for Danila Skarabagata, but what exactly it was, I don't know. He did have some strategy, but he didn't stick to it. He failed to stick to it, even though he wanted it, I guess. We will find it out only from Danila himself, and we will have this chance during the break. But when should the angle grow? We say to touch and go 3/2, 3/3. There in the sector from 3/2, the angle has to grow from small to medium. Then with this medium angle, you've got to work through touch and go 4. And only after that it should happen. And the first sector, there is a deduction for the angle and the style. In the first sector, everything went wrong, and the fourth is pretty clear. So he pulled himself together and did everything correctly. Touch and go 5. It was missed. So it's 22, 31, 31.5, which makes a total of 84.5 points. And he is 16th, right at the threshold. So your ticket to top 32 is under a question. All right, and the next is coming. Who is the next? It's Roman Tsivadar. But for some reason he's not coming. So this is the same team but a different driver. Timofey Dobrovolsky from Takayama Forward Auto. On board his Nissan Silvia S15, and this is the only Forward Racing S15 that is still having a McPherson on the front axle. It's classical configuration. So we see the initiation very aggressive. The line is just beautiful, little correction right in touch and go 2. And now Timofey is collecting number 3s, and we have no doubt that he collects them all. He runs through the acceleration zone without any angle corrections, and now in the last sector he breaks in and the angle is nice and big. Bravo! The last transition was so beautiful. It was so thrilling. I know that this kind of Silvia S15 doesn't really like big angles. It can spin accidentally. But as I watched this run, when we approached touch and go 3, just notice Timofey is actively steering, but the car body doesn't really respond. And this is a specificity of the adjustment. The Silvias, they work on the rear axle, 65 degrees initiation. That is something. After the last transition it was 75 with a little correction after, but it was in the curve, it was in a turn, so maybe it will be okay. Mikhail Davidians wouldn't penalize him. By the way, they compete together in RDS Open, but in different events, because the GP guys cannot go to the Pro competition. because there they kill everything, they ruin it all, and they don't let a new generation compete and play their games. Well, you can imagine if Grigory Gusev comes there, he would just defeat everyone. Even though last year there was a very dramatic final, Grigory Gusev was one step away from losing the championship title, but Ivan Palmin even lost second place because Kirill Matskevich outperformed him. That was a battle. That was a hell of a battle. And it was all very confusing. But, you know, it's interesting how the drivers pick the color for the interior of the car. For example, Anton Dmitrienko is black outside, but inside it's orange. Timofey Dobrovolsky has got a car that is white on the outside, but red inside. Sergei Sak has got a livery with blue elements, but the cockpit is like blue, super blue. And how does it influence the drivers? Because there are researchers about eating behavior, how the color of the kitchen and the tableware may influence the people's appetite. Like that warm colors, red and yellow, may evoke appetite, and blue is more soothing and calming. And wherever you look, there is always a connection with libido, for example, or anything else. So I wonder how the drivers choose these colors, because you spend quite a lot of time inside your car. So the interior color must make some impact on your psyche. The interior of the cockpit maybe is not that important, but under the hood, the colors are usually light, just to see all the leaks better. But the drivers don't have to look there. This is for mechanics. But the interior color, for example, James Dean. Let's recall James Dean. He's got a white car. I mean, white inside. But it's not very good because the white color reflects sunlight. Black is also not very good because black warms up when it's hot, and it's bad for dashboard cameras. But I'm sure that the broadcast people are always discontent with the light. So these colors, they really mean a lot. I want to say hello. We haven't seen you for a while. I see that new people are joining, and I'm happy to see you. I can see that you are keeping each other warm, have hot beverages. You're wearing very layered clothes, and you can always get more meals and more beverages in our food court, which is very big here. Oh, yeah, I can see quite a lot of people in the general view. Those who came during lunchtime, you missed the qualifying of Georgy Chevchan, Arkady Tseregradsev, Evgeny Losev, and Artem Shabanov as well. So all the best drivers qualified in the first half. So please notice that the Great Random plays bad jokes on you in this season. And we publish the order, the qualifying order, on Friday on our social media. So you're welcome to our RDS Telegram channel, where you can find a lot of information about our racing, about the competition, a lot of interesting and useful information that the spectator may need to come on time. And we continue waiting, or do we continue? But I don't really know what we're waiting for. Because once again, I'm looking into the judges' papers. Now I can see. All right. So, because we remember by the tandem runs, we've got the fastest shooter who makes his decisions really fast. Now we've got a slow guy. The guy who makes us wait for so long, and it's a wow, hello. This does not look like a victory, but it looks like a very good try. And I think that this is the best first try at this event. This is 97.5. No one has started like this before. He is now third, and now this is the greatest villain of our judges board. It is Mikhail Davidians who makes all the deductions. Now we're still waiting for Roman Tivadar. I don't know why he's not visible anywhere. Is he going to the health group? because he missed his turn. He can go on a second round, but then he's losing one. Sergei Kuznetsov, another flanker. Star per stars, and he is now representing this team this year, and this is a flanker with a wise fob and VR, you can see. And now Sergei Kuznetsov is running through the first sector, collecting Tachingo 1, Tachingo 2, then he makes a transition, then he fixes the angle, presses the brake. We know that many drivers do it. We've been watching it all day yesterday, and now finally the transition. The angle has to be big here, and then very carefully he fulfills the task. He represents the city of Samara. Only last year he joined RDSGP, but he looks as though he has always been with me. If not Artyom Shabanov, I would say that Sergei Kuznetsov is the Rookie of the Year. He got in top 4 at one of the events, but at the end of the season when I spoke to him, he was very discontent with his performance. He was not happy, because any other place except for the first feels bad to our drivers, and he is very ambitious. But the objectives have to be ambitious. And now I want to play one funny game. Would Mikhail Davidyants find anything to penalize this driver? Oh, you can play Stanislav Dolgich because it doesn't really require anything, only your eyes and nothing else. Yesterday, Sergei shared that his suspension has a funny specificity. It's a wise fab. It also has little ropes that limit the suspension mobility. It is designed in such a way that the car stands on 3 wheels the sooner as possible. And it doesn't really rock from side to side. It doesn't really squat, but you can tell that the right front wheel goes up in the air. And once the driver touches the brake, it stops and it creates a smoky tail. But still, it squats on the left rear wheel a little bit. Here it's not articulated. It looks like it could be standing on 4 wheels, but it intentionally stands on 3, reducing the contact spot on the front wheel. But he didn't want to explain it. He just said that he feels it is right. But judging by his run, you can tell that it really works. Yes, Mikhail really did play his game in every sector. So it's all only -1 for the style, minus 3.5 for the angle. And Mikhail Davidyants was like, I've got 35 points and I'm not giving it to anyone. This is 95.5 points, and that is great. Last season, Sergei Kuznetsov also looked very decent in the qualifying here at Moscow Raceway. I don't remember which of the configuration it was, forward or reverse. Yes, reverse, says my director. Thank you. You are helping me a lot. Grigory Gusev is coming in the meanwhile. His Supra A90, representing Lukoil Racing Drift Team. The only one we haven't seen this far. And here is the initiation, and here we go with Grigory Gusev and his new car. Yes, he reduces the angle to small one, and here a small angle will be enough. But for Grigory Gusev, it is not enough. Never enough. 3/3, but he misses, but he hits TG number 4. Then he gets back to the track to take touch and go number 5, and then whoa. I thought he was still in the race, but no. Okay, breathe out. Let's watch it all over again. It looks like he pressed the accelerator before the dotted line, but it looks like it wasn't really accentuated. But here he is more articulate. Or maybe it's about the car, that it doesn't really smoke that much compared to Andrei Ostapov. And here I've been looking for some funny numbers. And what I see, the length of the base is less than 2.5 meters. And E92 is more than 2.5 meters. So there is a 30 centimeter difference in the platform length. And therefore, what it means. Grigory Gusev probably hasn't really got used to the shorter platform, and he's also sitting in a slightly different way, and it looks like he is trying to leave some space because he is used to driving a longer vehicle. And I guess sometimes Griha would not be reaching the outside touch and goes, which we have seen him do. The E92 civil car is like 4- or 5-seater. Here it's more compact, and here it's shorter. But it looks like Grigory Gusev is reached his golden era on board an E92. He keeps saying that a Chaser is better, and on board a Chaser he won RDS Europe. And now the platform shrinked. Let's see what difference it makes for him now. We will continue observing, and we will share everything we see. But some starting point is already there. It's all interesting. Of course, we can be mistaken. Of course, it can be unrelated things. But looking for correlations is always fun. There's also such a thing as false correlations, when after doesn't mean because of that. But it's always fun to contemplate, to think about it, because there can be certain connection. You can see that a lot has been missed, unfortunately, and in the first sector there is a big deduction for the angle and the style, because Grigory Gusev really didn't work with the gas as strongly as he wanted to. He had to only work with the gas without using brakes. And this is 76, and he is 25th. And this is very dangerous. We were concerned about Danila Skorobogatov, and he had 84, and Grigory has less. So once again, Mark II and... okay, sorry. Ruslan Arefyev has come here. He is a proud owner of a wild card, and he is now taking his E92 on the first qualifying run. He is initiating, and here he is, Ruslan Arefyev, and his rookie season in drifting as general. And this is the transition, and he is spinning his car, following the recipe of Grigory Gusev, missing 3/3, and here he misses TG5, hits TG6. So generally it looks like he takes them intermittently, takes one and then misses the next. Let's see the replay, what it was like. And it's worth noticing that Ruslan is having his second drifting event ever. I know that he's experienced in drag racing, but it's all very different there. Driving in drag racing is absolutely different, because you've got to keep it on the straight line. But here you don't need any straight lines at all. Here you've got to bring your car to a skidding condition. But Moscow Raceway is a very daring choice for a wildcard driver, especially in this configuration, downhill configuration, because this is the most untypical circuit of the championship. It's very different from everything we've got here. And moreover, it is probably the most demanding to reaction. Because a lot of things are happening at the same time, at every meter of the distance, every meter of the circuit. But this is really great training. It gives you really great training. There are 3 wildcards. Every driver has 3. I mean, every regular contender of RDS Open has 3 wildcards. And probably Ruslan just wanted to take all the Moscow events, just to save money on logistics, not to go too far away, just to stay within the same city. So yeah, maybe that is the reason. Also to have his tutor, his mentor near him. Ruslan Arefyev trains with Artyom Shabanov, which is always good, and it's always very convenient to have a person like Artyom Shabanov near him. But I'm sure that at RDSGP, events, Artyom Shabanov is not actively tutoring anyone because he has to be a driver himself. But we have spoken about it with Anton Kozlov, about the interconnections between tutoring activity and driving activity. And these are two roles that kind of contradict each other. And many drivers prefer not to do tutoring, to do competitive driving. Now, Ruslan Arefiev would probably not want to record this result. In his track record, it's 73 points, and this was his first run, and that was the first run in the third group. And now the third group is going on the second leg, and we begin with Denis Smigal. Denis Smigal, 92.5 points, and he is 10th. It was a great first run. Then, of course, it was kind of outperformed by some other drivers, but it was still very good. I wonder what he wants to show us in the second run. You can see he's super running on the first, on another leg, and he is sliding on the white line, unfortunately missing. And through number 5, he is running to TG5. So he took the risk. And once again, let's compare. The plan was to surprise, and in a way he managed to surprise us all, but maybe there was a little bit too much surprises. Touch and go 3/3, for example, because it looked like Denis even avoided the TG by making a correction. So if he was running at the same angle, probably it wouldn't have happened. Nothing bad would have happened. And now as well we can see it from a different perspective, and this is a very illustrative view to understand the entire picture, because you can see the touch and go, so you can see the angle, you can see everything. So we're waiting for information about Roman Tivadar. So this far we're being told that he is going on in the fourth group. So first of all, he is joining, which is already good. And secondly, when we have an official explanation, we will, of course, let you know. So please don't doubt. No one's going to keep you uninformed. And the only reason is that we don't know ourselves. All right, so we're waiting for the score of Denis Smigal, of course. But something is telling me that 92.5 will be his maximum this time. Very unlikely, because line-wise only... there are some deductions to be made, and yeah, I see that we are getting some comments from Vladimir Safonov. Okay, so what they incriminate to Denis? First of all, inefficient gas operation in the first sector, then handbrake pulled too early, prematurely, in the deceleration zone before touching go 4, and in the fourth sector he kind of he didn't take TG7. He got in the no-go zone, and this is -6. So this makes a total of 79.5. Well, anyway, we remember there is 92.5, and this is rank number 10, and nothing threatens Denis Smigal anymore. Here comes the official version about Roman Tivadar. Let me tell you, he had a problem with the medical examination. Not a medical problem, a bureaucratic problem, let's say so. So he couldn't pass the medical examination on time, but the scrutineers made a decision that Roman Tivadar will join us in the next group. And now let's watch Dmitry Yermokhin, who is in a kind of concerning, a bothering state. He's got 89 points. I know he would like to be higher. He has already reserved a place for him in top 32, so he believes that this 84 points would be enough, because Dmitry Sherbina unfortunately left us. he will just support his team from the spectator stands. And now you can see this initiation, a very daring one. Then he reached the white line with the rear wheel, and then he stepped over it. Now Dmitry is collecting touch and go number 3, and this is the deceleration zone and the dotted line, but the accelerator was pressed long before. Number 5 is also under question, and this is touch and go number 7. It feels like we should be optimistic, but careful optimistic. I heard that Dmitry missed touch and go number 3, but Dmitry Yermokhin is taking the inner clip. There are some questions that people who know it might definitely understand it. So there is one mistake in the first run, but in the second it could have been 2. And it looks like there is a little chance to get slightly higher score. But, well, we cannot tell. It wouldn't be a 100, but it's a good and confident run. And what makes me happy is that with this new platform, Dmitry looks slightly more harmonic. I didn't see any practice runs that would be failed. At a certain point, someone told me that the car wasn't fully prepared. But still, what we see now in the qualifying, you can tell that his experience matters a lot. He's one of the pioneers of drifting, both in Krasnoyarsk and the entire country. He's a champion of RDS Siberia, which was also an important title, especially back then. It wasn't an easy walk, so he's got a background that helps him at least keep his nerves under control, which already means a lot. But I have a feeling that if there is no technical failure, that should be just nerves. Because, you know, drifting in front of the eyes of the judges and the audience is always hard if you compare it to practice racing. Yesterday, everything was so great, great chase runs, and some of them were so flawless, close transition. But now, even though the task is so much easier, he finally fails. But, well, history knows lots of examples like this, when potentially strong drivers find themselves in the place that is absolutely inappropriate. And we have seen it many times during the qualifying round today. And this is a situation when you've got to speak about this mental resistance. It is a reason for some psychological research, but the resistance of our spectators is amazing. Just look, and I love your white overalls. They're so cool. It reminds me of this northern floating. When I heard it was a hobby, because, you know, I had to take part in the drills, in the rescue drills, because it's a rescue costume used in the Navy, and I had to dive in a special pool, and it was crazy. And I had to do it several times because the cameraman didn't like me do it. It was December. Okay, so it's 92. It's 92 points. And he is 11th in the qualifying rating. This is definitely a ticket to top 32. So after I had to do this dive several times, I don't know why people would pay money for it, to do it as a hobby, because it's very, very hard, very demanding. So 73.5 was the score of Petr Borodin, and this is definitely not what he wants. He wants more. Let's see whether he can do it in the second run, whether he can change it. Looking up to the inspiring example of Dmitry Yermokhin, there is a huge correction. He hits touch and go 1, then he misses touch and go 2, but something is going wrong. It looks like yesterday he gave me a more harmonic feeling, a more harmonic impression. Here it's not only the inner clip but also the outside border of the track, and here the same. The angle is very big, but still he takes the situation under control. But once again he has to reduce the angle, but I'm getting more and more anxious. Once again, the second TG was missed. Then he's approaching the threes, TG3s. He takes them, but then there's a very, very wide line. And it has already happened to him in the practice sessions when he wouldn't choose the right moment for it, and he would get on the outside line where you cannot be. And I think what we saw now was close to an unchaseable run because the speed fell in such a crazy way, and he was pretty fast in the sweeper. And then after a while there was some sort of a step, and then the speed was less than 50. He could run faster, but having found himself outside the track with two wheels, like what else can you say? And also you've got to be you need a middle angle, but it was 72, and also that green area, that green is very slippery. He was trying to keep the angle medium, but then suddenly the outside part of the track, this dirty surface, that slippery surface that we told you about, and everything went to the wrong place. The speed was exchanged for the speed, which shouldn't have happened. And, well, this is what happened. And now we're waiting for the verdict of the judges. I cannot really imagine how it can all soothe the rookie of Takayama Ford Ota. Also, there is a claim to the start, to the inefficient acceleration, and also excessive slowdown, and also late opening. It all happened in the third sector 3 times. He had one wheel outside, and the stepwise initiation and corrections. So these are all reasons for deductions. And this is how it looks, just a heap of it, and it has to be all calculated. And it was quite a lot, 3, 4, 4, 6. So it hurts me to see it. It is so painful. Because, you know, I worry about every driver. I just worry about everyone. So it looks like there is a chance, but it's very vague. Something like the fog, where you can hear something, but you cannot see anything. All right, so we continue. This is number 22, 80 points. This is something that we've got one more group to see, and I guess everything will be decided there. Everything will be spelled out. We already know that this group will be opened by Roman Tivadar, who almost fell victim to some bureaucratic challenges, but thankfully everything is fine. So we are not losing him. We are not losing such a great driver. And here is what came to my mind. Obviously, if Arkady Tseregratsev, Ilya Popov, if they get to tandem runs, or Danila Skorobogatov, they will be there in the bottom lines of the protocol. And how much bothered other leaders are, because they're gonna have such opponents in top 32. Because you may be working so hard to get 90 plus points, and then you hit Arkady Tseregratsev in top 32. That is so mean. That is so bad. And then you go like, well, my previous season's success might not be repeated. Okay, so this is exactly what we love drifting for. This is why we love motorsports in general, because anything may happen here. Absolutely anything at any moment can happen, and you cannot predict, you cannot forecast anything. So this is the result. Only 10 out of 30 is left for the line. 29.5 for the angle. Twice. 1 point deduction, and then okay, so for the wheels alone, such a big penalty. Well, this is the qualifying of Ilya Popov and Likara Держими Motorsport. This is 68 points for the second qualifying run. So, okay, Likara Держими Motorsport is looking at Vladislav Popov with hope in their eyes. He will join us in the last group. And we are preparing to see Danilas Karabagatov, who is he who didn't get the most impressive of results, only 84.5 points, but it's better than 80 because they're in this death zone, risk zone. Every half a point can change your life. E92 and Danilas Karabagatov from the town of Tomsk on board of this vehicle. And yes, he didn't fall outside, but no, here he did, some wheels outside, but then he collects the middle of the TG3s and he uses handbrake to collect TG4, and then he's in the final sector. Touch and go 6 and 7, and everything is fine here. It was like a Griha style, a sort of okay, so this is Danilas Karabagatov, one of the tallest drivers in RTSGP, but not the highest rank, not the tallest in the rank. But well, Lukoil Racing team has been making jokes about it, because they wanted to make a team photo, but there is Daniil, who is very tall, and it's very hard to make them fit in the same team, in the same photo, because the other Danila is very short. He is 197 centimeters tall. This is a great run, absolutely amazing. It was very aggressive, and by the way, recalling the previous year in Moscow Raceway and the qualifying run of Evgeny Losev, when Evgeny Losev decided to trade his precision for aggression, he had a lot of deduction for the angle and for the style, because he wanted to show something really truly epic, but it was a little dirty. And so here the impression is very similar. It looks like he also traded precision for something, even though it was cool. And I'm sure that it's going to be better than his first run. This is the impression that it makes on me. But yeah, I can see the -2 deduction for wheels outside the track. So anyway, congratulations. It looks like a ticket to top 32. We'll see it very soon. This is 91 points. And this is 13th position in the qualifying protocol. So nothing can get in his way. He will be in top 32 anyway. There's Grigory Gusev, who has got 76. That is very dangerous. Danila Vorobyov is definitely in top 32. And Andrei Astapov also is in top 32. He's got 34 points. 94 points. Timofey Dobrovolsky, in the meanwhile, after a brilliant first run, this is the situation when you don't worry at all. 97.5 in his track record. This is how much he has got for the first run. That was an absolutely perfect run on the scored section of the track. So what else can he show us, Timofey? So the first sector is great. In a transition, he fixes the angle and he begins collecting TG3. Unfortunately, misses one, so there is no improvement whatsoever. But still, let's just enjoy this beautiful run. He makes a transition in a deep angle, place in the no-go zone, but that's okay. Doesn't matter anymore, because you could already see that after a missed clip, he wouldn't get anything better than 97.5. At a certain moment, I thought that his car's wheel is debunked, but for Timofey Dobrovolsky, it's okay. He always prefers super low pressure in the tires. This is what he likes, and debunking wheels is also a very usual thing for him. The turbocharging pressure on our cars is higher than the wheel pressure, the tire pressure. These super low tire pressures have been in fashion for a very long time. He doesn't always need a super high turbocharging pressure. But, for example, Alexander Abranov, you can recall, he has got 0.2. And in the tires, he's got 0.3 or something, because you can see what his wheels were doing. So his tire pressure is higher than the turbocharger pressure. But just for you to understand, the power, the stand power of the Viper is 1,146 horsepower. But with such a power, you cannot go anywhere. No one's going to use it. The only thing you can do is just turn your tires into dust, just destroy them. So the minimum turbocharger pressure, like 0.2, 0.35, and about 900 HP maximum, is what Alexander Abramov had on his Dodge Viper. And for Timofey Dobrovolsky, everything started so beautiful, on the very lines, on the very edges, just the way you want it, and then 3/3, and everything fell apart. -4, -2, and then he was like, god damn it, to the hell of it. And this is a nice attempt. Someone would say, may I trade my attempt for this worst attempt of Timofey Dobrovolsky? It is 86.5, so he is third. So that's okay. He is still in the game. He is third in the rank, because his first run is 97.5, which is almost a reserved place in top 32. Sergei Kuznetsov is currently fifth, and the score was 95.5, so we don't worry about him. You can see the stamp on the tires, just for you to know that the tires are correct. And now the blue flanker F is running on the scored section of the track. Initiation, and then he is. But, well, no one asked the initiation to be sharp. A small angle correction on the way to touch and go 2, then a transition, and then we continue collecting touch and go number 3, and then carefully. Wow, that was very nice and harmonic. Only here you shouldn't have lost the angle, and here it's as big as it has to be, but still with some corrections. The angle is lost, and I think I know why those little ropes were required, why he had to reduce the contact spot, to get rid of this nervousness, to keep the car more controllable, because when this wheel is in the air, it doesn't slow down, it doesn't slow anything down, it doesn't change the line. When you have only one front wheel, it's easy to control the dynamics, a little easier. And there's another reason, which says that it's easier to let one wheel go in the air with a guarantee than driving and not knowing whether it's there or not, without wondering how big your contact spot is. So it makes the behavior of your car more predictable for the driver. And this is exactly what a driver needs, what any driver needs, this slow down process. If you imagine that there is any slow down torque in the contact spot, you have to spend some energy on distributing it. But you can see that Sergei is doing it pretty well. The pressure on the ground is so low at that moment, so that it wouldn't really change anything. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Look, he's got a lot in the angles, but you could see it even on TV, because that smoke coming from underneath the front wheel is the minus 3-point deduction in the style. And it makes a total of, also press the gas too late, 87 points, but his first one is still there. Okay, so this is good. He is out of danger. But Grigory Gusev didn't have a very successful first run. So here we go. Grigory Gusev, and he's a 90. 2GZ GTE, regardless of the B58. This is a 2JZ, which is still being our driver's favorite. Here we go, the run in, and the stakes are very high for Grigory Gusev. He is very aggressive as he runs in, and then he spins the car around, working with the acceleration, and then there is initiation, and he collects the TG3s, and he is trying to stick to the right line. You cannot do it perfectly. He is not doing it perfectly, but he is trying to get as good as possible. We will later see it from an alternative angle, but I guess that he was everywhere he had to be, at least as much as it was achievable. But that was much better than the previous run. It was much better. I would even say that it's a really cool attempt. Except for touch and go number 7, everything about the line, about the angle, about the acceleration, about the smoke that was appearing and then going off again, about the efficient gas operation in the first run, it is all required for efficient propulsion of the car, and it is required for efficient acceleration. So what else? Why else it is required? Because it's a shorter base, a wider car, but you get more inertia. So you've got to run through these touch and goes. But you see, the Supra is also standing on the 3 wheels, also 3-wheel drifting, and the front wheel is spinning even while it's in the air, which means that the driver is not pressing any brakes with his left foot. No cheat codes, no cheating. Everything is absolutely fair. It's interesting. I never knew that you could be furious and excited at the same time, but when I saw the eyes of Grigory Gusev, I saw how it looks. Even though we don't see the entire face expression from the eyes, you can always read what they feel. This is a very specific feature of Grigory Gusev, his mimics. This is his concentration. This is the way his concentration looks. So what I see is already good. Inefficient gas, say the judges. Maybe this is some sort of insecurity that Grigory Gusev might be feeling on board a new car. Or maybe he's trying to be cautious, because if the car goes in a wrong way, it would be very hard to bring the run back to normal. And he's got to save himself, so he would rather slide through the first 100 of meters than to risk it. There is no surprise why the first touch and goes are the most expensive ones, like 4 points each. They determine the entire run. They determine the success of the entire run. If you miss them, well, you lose it. So you've got to get them. You've got to get them precise. If you're not precise enough, you've got to aim, and aiming while running full throttle is very hard. Oh, guys, I feel so bad for you. You must be so cold. And the snow is there once again. But those things you're wearing on your hands, those huge soft hands, I'm sure that they're cool. Maybe wearing mascot, being dressed up as a mascot also would be very good to keep yourself warm. All right, so this is really painful to see this minus 2.5 point deduction in Sector 3. Let's see the total, and it makes a total of 90.5. So what can we say? He's 15th. He's in top 32 for sure. Great. Lukoil Racing Drift Team altogether goes to top 32. Can we say the same about any other team? I wonder. This far, I guess we cannot. We haven't seen everyone from Carville. We haven't seen everyone from Forward, Fresh Racing, Predator. There's a question about Alexei Kozlov. So, okay, we will ask all these questions later. Now, this is Ruslan Arefyev, wild card contender. And the final run in this group, in this qualifying group, E92, and he misses touch and go 2. And then he missed touch and go 1, and he's got wheels outside, and well, too sharp. But he didn't spin, and the snow is falling. He's getting thicker and thicker, the snowfall, and then he works to top 5, even though I've got some questions about the track borders. How didn't he spin? How did he manage not to spin? That's the biggest mystery, because not to spin, you had to work proactively with your steering wheel. But I guess this guy has trained a lot. He has practiced a lot. He's got that experience and the intuition. And after this transition, I thought he would just fly outside the track, but no, he pressed the accelerator and everything worked fine for him. Just amazing. But I wish it wasn't snow. I wish it was anything else, like whatever, but not snow. Then there is initiation, and it is kind of not very secure. You could tell that by the assignment you've got to gain the angle slowly from small to medium. But it looks like the initiation was a little too slow and he pressed the gas too late. But, well, once again, let's recall that Ruslan is just starting his way. And he is gaining this experience right now while you're under stress. And you're under stress and you've got such a stronger position. It's such a track. He's got 73 points. And we'll see what happens in the second run. I don't think that he can significantly improve his score, because there are too many questions and you can tell it with your bare eye, which means even through the cameras you could see it. And you know that television is such a magical thing that always plays in favor of the drivers. And the judges, who are looking at it all from the height, from the tower, and then they verify all the data with view dynamics and replays. They also have their own cameras that we hardly ever see on air, or we never see, because these views are kind of informative but not beautiful, very, very general, and they remind you what you can see from a drone, but it's not moving anywhere. All right, so you guys, I hope, are not bored. I hope that you move your body from time to time to keep yourself warm. So I'm sending you the warmest regards. I thank you for being here. Someone is trying to start a wave. Cool, 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 guys. I love you. It's so great that you're here. We will join you very soon. We will go. And someone might expect even more snow during pre-race and the opening ceremony. All right, so it's -10 in the first sector. God damn. It's easier to say how much is left. 11 out of 30 for the line. Oh, God. 15.5. Well, being a rookie feels like this. This is only 42 points. You've got to learn how to take the bitter defeats as well. They're being 27th in this situation, and there are 11 more people to go. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that is a beauty. Yeah, very fancy dressed people come to drifting. That's cool. All right, so group number 4 is about to start, and the first one to begin will be Roman Tivadar. He's got some qualifying victories in his track record. We've got 11 drivers who have got such experience. And this is his first season. It was his first season when he won the qualifying. So here we go, another S15 of Takayama Forward Auto. This time it is driven by Roman Tivadar from Sochi. And he presses the acceleration and he emits a lot of smoke. So I guess there should be no questions about style. Then a transition, and I wonder what's happening with the angle. One wheel outside twice. Would he manage to compensate it in touch and go 4? And the last transition right into clip number 6, but he misses number 7. Yeah, too many questions, while the general impression is pretty good. I've got one theory. And once the situation gets a little clearer, I will tell you. He corrected his line with a handbrake, and it looks like he shouldn't have, because the car kind of rolled with the inertia and then rolled outside only because of that handbrake. I think he was trying to stabilize the car's position. Maybe he felt it was about to spin, which would be normal for an original forward order S15. Here the suspension is different, even though we remember that Roman Tivadar has tried a whole variety of suspensions. He started with a classical configuration named after Georgy Chevchan, then he got a Weissfab. Of course, his team didn't want it, but, well, still they gave him the Weissfab. And then there was a new innovation, another innovation of forward order. So this is the third configuration of the suspension used on this car. Well, that's curious, wouldn't you agree? Especially considering that Roman has been showing very good performance. Last season was full of kind of little slip-ups. It wouldn't happen weird. Sometimes the opponents would do it slightly better than Roma. That touch and go number 7 is a disaster. And by the way, the wheels outside were counted only once, not twice, not as 2 acts, but as 1 act. And this is 33.5 for the style. All right, so this makes a total of 89, and he's 17, so he is already in top 32. If you're closer to 90 rather than to 80, you can breathe out. It is easier to count because we've got less drivers left. Damir Idiaturin, have you missed him? This is the person who got his first 100 points in his career, even though he thought it was impossible, and then he did it another time. And he is a record breaker in a number of qualifyings and a number of 100-point runs. Damir Idiaturin, Fresh Racing, his first qualifying run, no doubts whatsoever. The gas was pressed before the dotted line, and now he is very good in the first sector. Wow, that was a transition, was sharp enough. The angle was correct. Then he kept his car perfectly stable, worked flawlessly through clip number 4, made a transition. What magic is going on? There's only a little question about the last no-go zone. I think Damir was the first one who reached the Zen with this tire. Back in Nizhny Novgorod, I managed to speak to Damir, and he substantially explained his burnout strategy, what you need to do to warm it up in the correct way. And as for the touch and go in the no-go zone, I also have some little doubt. It looks like he got too close. If it's confirmed, then it would be minus 12 for the line. Even though the run, if you imagine that there are no line violations. This is one of the judges' cameras, by the way. I don't know. No, it was a drone. Yes, a camera cannot do it this way. Sorry. The crane cannot move that much. If a crane was moving like that, but you know, there are winds, they can do similar things, like Rigora. You remember the storm at Rigora Drive. All right, so here it was pressed at the right moment, but here, yeah, it was dangerous. Dangerous. The wheel closed the white line. I think it was hanging outside, but I have a feeling that I thought it was rain or snow, but no, this is just some artifacts. No matter how sad it sounds, it looks like this is gonna be a deduction, but we will now see it all. By the way, no. Interesting. The judges checked it out and then they decided not to penalize. Interesting. So we're waiting. I know who we're waiting for, but I'm not telling you. We're waiting for the score. We're always waiting for the same person. And we want to know on which line Damir will be standing, because it will give us answers to many questions. And since there was no line violations, I think it already means a ticket to top 32, because this is a success marker, if you wish. If there are no line violations, then it means that the driver has done a lot correctly. They're watching replays. Well, God knows. Seriously, I don't know. I'm sorry, but no idea. Let me just be quiet, just like everyone else. Let me just humbly wait with all of you. But, wow. I know. So they are trying to see whether there is any gap between the line and the wheel. The fact that Damir was somewhere there is a fact. But was the wheel separated from the white line? This is the main question. And I suggest that Stanislav uses the main method as with touch and go. If there is a doubt, then it's a no. If you want to be strict, so why aren't you? You should be strict with everyone then. Haha, I see. Okay. Now let's imagine those 6 points are there. It would be quite a lot, but no. So this is still a ticket to top 32. Anyway, no questions, no doubts. And this is a total of 92.5. He is 11th. He's 11th. 35 for the style out of, wow, maximum for the style. Nikita Shikov, number 32, which means that all the other drivers will change someone's position. But, well, not exactly, because we've got two zeros. Okay, so here we go. Nikita Shikov and his first qualifying run. He's Groza, not wearing the team's livery, but in a black tux, if you wish, with some orange elements. And Nikita Shikov is collecting the clips. The Supra, okay, this is where the handbrake takes you. This is a 0. I hope the car is doing okay. I hope this was nothing but a driver's mistake. But immediately he gets a 0. Not a good start. But this is just a start anyway. Have we seen examples of similar failures? Well, of course we have. But this makes me sad. It just makes me sad to see. Nothing to be happy about. But here you could see that Nikita started saying something to his team immediately. He's got that button on top of his transmission lever. This is a radio. So maybe he's got some technical problems. So maybe it wasn't a driver's mistake. Maybe that was something technical. But now here comes the third out of 4 Carvel Racing drivers. Grigory Burlutsky, the champion of 2023 RDS Europe. He is also a rookie of RDS GP, but last year's season was the first full RDS GP for Grigory Burlutsky. He first joined us in 2022. He's a champion of Russia in circuit racing. He is from St. Petersburg, and now he is collecting the touch and goes. And Stanislav Dolgich will definitely watch lots of replays, trying to figure out the right rear wheel's position. And here now, once again, why did he go there? He also misses touch and go number 5. Got some questions about touch and go number 7, but I think that it's more of a yes than a no. Speaking about handbrakes in about touch and goes number 3, I think it's not an attempt to get the touch and go, but also it's about going through this curve without ruining it. because here you can see that his car is trying to shift towards the grass. It is sliding there, it's floating there, and he's got to do something with it. And one of the tools he could possibly apply is also using a handbrake. Of course, it wouldn't give him any bonus or anything good. It's more rather to be opposite. Yes, it's not very good, but, well, what can we do? Everyone has nerves. No one is a saint here. No one is flawless. No one is flawless except for the Time Up team manager. This is our own joke.
So now we are waiting, we're still waiting for the score, and I think that it's almost ready. All we can do now is to wait for this digital presentation. Now let's look at Grigory Burlutsky, his beautiful white gloves, and the race suit is also mostly white, but he's got orange safety belts that also combine well with the orange sleeves. So it's very beautiful, absolute harmony. Also, notice how beautiful it looks. So what is going on? So what's the score? Let's take a look. And I think that all the judges have already submitted their scores, and I hope that everything is confirmed. Sometimes the judges press on send button, then something changes. So let us not jump to conclusions, but you know that we are out of timing already, unfortunately. But, well, what can we do? Because we were psychologically ready for that. Because this is because we have more drivers than usually, and if we have more, we will work more and much more. We will we will just mess up all our voice cords just to keep the suspense, the thrill, just to entertain you. Who knew that such a monster as Arkady Tseregradzev may find himself outside top 32? But, well, the chance is less and less, and it is good because, well, I wish we could take everyone to top 32. We would love to make it top 40, for example. But anyway, this is a kind of disappointing result for Grigory Burlutsky. The run was pretty disappointing, but, well, the results are predictable. This is 82.5 points, and he is 23rd. Is it a ticket or is it not? This is already a ticket to top 32. Okay, so gradually this threshold is moving to 80. Denis Sarakapud in VS team, which is new to him. He represents Vladivostok. He's driving a BMW E92. He has passed from one team to another. And by the way, he is officially registered in Artyom city. And I've been wondering whether it is right that I say that he's from Vladivostok. Okay, anyway, Denis Sarakapud is now doing the initiation. And once again, he makes us wonder about his further fate. And then his rear wheel is still there, but the line looks a little weird, and I'm sure that there will be a style penalization. Now then, there is a last transition, passing by touch and go 7. Well, this is not a 0. I think this is one of the best runs by Denis Sarakapud I have seen. I haven't seen many, let me confess, but what I just saw was not bad, you know, and it was slightly eccentric. Especially touch and go 3/3. You could see that the car rolled out to the outside border, and then he pushed away from the outside border. It looked like he didn't really slow down. He was only using the angles to slow down, to control the speed. He could feel that he could use inertia in that spot, because there was a lot. There was quite a lot of inertia, because once you release the right pedal, the car just continues rolling out. If you just let the accelerator go, then it might get a grip and go into an unpredictable direction. So here he was obviously pressing the clutch at the same time, because the wheels were still spinning, but spinning in a weird way. But a clutch is a dangerous thing because you can catch a grip. So there are certain threats. They are all very different. But whatever Denis does, the situation was already pretty irregular. Whatever he did was the right thing to do, especially considering that if you are already on the wrong line, if you're on the wrong line going touch and go 3, there will be nothing good. But I would say that this was pretty interesting anyway. And it was even cute in a way. I mean, seeing something like this. Yes, it contradicts the judge's assignment, but it doesn't contradict the common sense. It was a chaseable run. And in the second run, it is -11 for the angle, but there was no reduction for the style. So that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. It looks kind of, kind of logical. And this is 89.5, and he is on the 18th place, which means that Denis Starokaput breaks in top 32. Denis is a young guy, but he started his career at the age of 16, so his career has been pretty long already. Vladislav Popov, representing Likar Одержимый Motorsport, and his 370Z. He begins the motion. 2 Vladislavs are there yet. Vladislav Popov and Vladislav Yerofeyev. Vladislav Popov, in the meanwhile, is already in the first sector. Touch and go 1 has been taken. Once again, questions about the track border, and he's going to collect touch and go number 3. And yes, he did use both pedals at the same time, so we'll check the style score. And this is the last sector, and a transition to touch and go 6. And if it is all clear, I will say congratulations. But there is a very big question. The same I wanted to ask about Damir. Was this run ruined by the no-go zone visit? But that inner touch and go is kind of a marker. It's a marker because it costs a lot. It's a valuable element, and it is the element that can be very illustrative. So it was a kind of a threshold, a line drawn by the judges as a clear criterion for the judgment. I wonder what it looks like in tandem runs, because the drivers will, of course, learn their lessons, and no one wants to lose a heat because of one wheel that wanted to go to the no-go zone. So I believe it's quite possible that in tandem runs we see kind of safe runs with some margin, because it's better not to get 4 points for the clip than to be penalized by 4 or 6, because the judges will be comparing 2 lead runs and 2 chase runs, and the lead runs matter more because the line of the leader actually determines the chaseability. As far as these 2 points are concerned, it seems like a small thing, a very petty thing, but when there are so many drivers, so many contenders, there are no small details. Everything matters. I wonder what the difference in the score will be between the 32nd place and 33rd place in the rating. It can be half a point. But if we take a look at the gaps in the bottom part of the protocol, Anton Dmitrienko has got 61, Ruslan Arefov has got 73, then Pyotr Borodin has got 73, Alexei Vakhtin has got 73. So Ilya Popov has got 80, and Ilya Popov hasn't yet reserved a top 32 place. There are 8 more drivers to go. Ilya Popov is the 26th, and well, this is arithmetics. This is the math. Our logic is really very, very solid. So we are now waiting for the score of Vladislav Popov. The first one who guaranteed himself a top 32 ticket was Grigory Burlutsky. He's 24th, 82.5. So 82.5 is now the border. But this is a guarantee. That is something that guarantees you. I'm now being told that Viti Sherbina is already out. And we also have Boris Abramov, who had a mechanical failure. But it's easier to count when we have 40. So therefore, initially we had 80 tickets home, but now we've got 7 tickets home. And we will focus our attention on these 7. And here we've got Artur Zilony, who is now relatively safe. Or is he safe? Okay, let's check out Vladislav Popov, run 1. And it doesn't really look very encouraging. The style is 33. Well, that's good. He did quite a great job with the acceleration. He accelerated where he had to and he slowed down where he had to. Did everything correctly. Now he's only got to improve the other components, and that would be amazing. 79.5 points for Vladislav Popov. I think I've seen it somewhere today on a similar car. And you know what? Once again, the impression is good. The result is understandable. But it looks like it has to be slightly better just to make it all happen. Vladislav Yerofeev is now at the starting line. He also represents Likar Одержимый Motorsport. And this is his second event in Moscow Raceway. He qualified once here and it was very convincing, very good. And let's see what he does at the beginning of this season. It's always a very good process. And I always wondered what happened in the no-go zone in the first clip. But Vladislav Yerofeev, in the meanwhile, is pressing the brake, trying to struggle with the line, but nothing works out well. The car is swinging from side to side like a little boat in the ocean. So Vladislav continues running sideways. So he's drifting as he's drifting, finding lots of adventures on the way. But he started off quite well. He started off very well. And you could see that he took all the compulsory elements. But what happened next? This angling out was the thing that ruined the entire drifting idea. And then, magically, after the inner touch and go 4, everything got back to normal. Or at least got back to some harmony, if you wish. Sectors 2 and 3 were not very good. Sector 1 was better, line-wise. We will see what the judges say, what they show us. Maybe they can give us some comments, some explanations as well. I'm not sure about this episode in the first sector. But, well, we've got specialists to work on it. The front right wheel is blocked. In the Sector 1, there was a no-go zone, which means in the second sector, handbrake, premature handbrake. So there are quite many things to consider. Here it's obvious. At a certain moment, I was afraid that there would be more than one wheel in the no-go zone, but no, it didn't pull more than one wheel. Only one wheel fell there. It was very hard to avoid that no-go zone. It was absolutely impossible. He also slowed down too much, but this is also the consequence of that no-go zone struggle. This is what the judges have been telling the drivers not to do, because this is an instinct. You always want to take all those elements. The angle diagram looks insane, very chaotic. I really don't want to see it. And moreover, even though the slowdown was excessive because it was sharp, but formally the minimum speed 55.7 is okay. Nothing criminal, but this excessive slowdown is not good. And it also happened at the moment when it was already time to speed up. But then the diagram went down. This is not good. This is not right. So he Something is wrong with these cars. What happened? Why did they get so naughty? That's a mystery. I have no idea. It seemed okay at first. During the practice sessions, they looked okay. Of course, it could be sometimes a little rough, but anyway. The most curious thing about it is that out of all the drivers of Likhara Держими Motorsport, Vladislav Yerofeev is the one who gets the highest score. He has got 81 and he's 25th. I would never imagine I would say it about this team. Even Popov brothers are not rookies anymore, and Vlad is also not having his first run. But every team has got down times, a day to forget, you know. Kirill Matskevich is now coming. Kirill Matskevich, another rookie, a silver prize winner of RDS Europe, representing Time Up team, Toyota Supra. We've got 3 RDS Europe prize winners in this team: Artem Shabanov, Kirill Matskevich, and Leonid Schneider. All right, and only Kirill Matskevich is the one we have not seen today. This is the way his Supra looks. Just enjoy. White line without violation. Touch and go 2. He takes it. Then there is a transition with some little steering, and we will check what Mikhail says about it. And then, wow, Kirill added more angle for some reason. Instead of running to touch and go 4 with average angle, with a medium angle, then he misses the right angle and tries to correct the general impression later. But it all creates some little fuss. But Kirill Matskevich did have a problem with this deceleration zone. We saw the same yesterday. He cannot do it right. You know, sometimes it looks like you're trying to do something for the first time and you're failing because it's your first time, and then you do some tiny movement and you go like, yeah, I see. And from that moment you do it right. And it looks like here he failed to catch the right feeling. He failed to analyze it, feel it. And this is why every time he does it slightly differently, and every time he looks a little awkward. This is how I would characterize him. And when he was doing tandem runs with his teammates, unintentionally, he was one step away from letting the opponent crash into him. He would make puzzles, make problems for the chaser, a steeplechase, something like that. So maybe this is a process of getting used to a new platform, because Kirill Matskevich is associated with E92 for me. I haven't seen him before. Before that, he had a Nissan, and I think I know why. All right, so anyway, this way or another, no matter what you say about A80, the adjustment, the adaptation is inevitable. All right, so here we are. This is not bad. The inner touch, number 4, is, of course, missed. But generally, Stanislav Dolgich didn't have any more questions. And the others had some limited questions. So we've got 89 points. And this is a ticket to top 32. Congratulations. Welcome. Then we've got Ilya Fyodorov. And his great Nissan 180 SX, 450 HP, VQ30 det, stock. It looks like we've got 3 drivers who are not getting to top 32. Anton Dmitrienko, Ruslan Arefyev, Dmitry Sherbina. Okay, so here we go together with Ilya Fyodorov. This is the very exotic engine, VQ. An amazing combination, exotic with exotic, and a very experienced driver in the middle. Ilya Fyodorov has got one pull outside the track, and then he cannot work through 3.3. Then he is in the last sector, another transition, and here I've got minimum questions. Sector 4 was successful, even though he wasn't very fast. So what can we say about the runs of Ilya Fyodorov? We can say that, yeah, he is not the fastest ever. And in this situation, he is also not the most precise ever. what differs Ilya from others is that he is not running fast, but he is very precise usually, because he's got time to aim, he's got time to think, he's got time to understand where to bring his car, and he is carefully drawing the correct line on the track. But here he is gonna be penalized for everything, for the angle, for that stepwise transition, and some wheels outside, and further ignoring touch and go 3/3. There are things to improve, and style-wise, Ilya usually has lots of deductions, and this is a simple motivation part. Here is why this driver is getting these deductions, because maybe many people have a biggest impression. On one hand, he's careful, though slow. His score is usually quite low, and everyone is looking at the judges, asking like why, and the judges say, look guys, when a driver is running slow, he's got more time to make decisions, he's got more time to think. So of course the judgment system is adjusted for faster, more dynamic runs with reasonable risk, because it has to be there, otherwise it wouldn't be interesting. The audience wouldn't be excited if they all run slow. Why I loved the run of Danilas Karabagatov. Yes, he did have some elements of inaccuracy, but you commiserate. You feel there. You really want him to succeed. You want it. And when we had James Dean, for instance, there were less emotional reactions, because he was so calm. He was like a machine. You remember James the Machine Dean. If he wasn't that charming, I'm sure no one would love him, just because he is so surgically precise. There's no emotion. But speaking about the reasonable risk, there's one very good example that came immediately to my mind, is the first transition of the Mirdiatulin. Because there, yes, here, on one hand, you're not supposed to do it according to the assignment, but he does, and it is so awesome. It is such a risk making a sharp transition in that place, because the smallest angle imprecision, the tiniest speed loss would just ruin your entire run. Reef Dynamics doesn't want to show me any data of Ilya Fedorov, even though I really want it, because Ilya Fedorov also has got the stealth mode. Okay, so here is the harvest. 15 for the line, 29.5 for the angle. All right, of course the style has lost a lot, but anyway, regardless of it all, it is 72, and this is 35th place. This is out. Those drivers who do not qualify, if I understand it all correctly, this is going to be Petr Borodin, Ruslan Arefiev, Anton Dmitrienko, Dmitry Sherbina, and the others still have a chance. Anton Kozlov is the next, and he's BMW F22, the granddaughter, number 73, with a front Supra suspension, wise fob in the rear, and a JZ under the bonnet. This is a huge modification. Vice champion of Artis GP, two-time champion of the Junior Series, candidate of sports, Anton Kozlov. He's in the first sector, and here he is, touch and go 2. Right on time, he's in the right place. And now, of course, Anton is gonna collect touch and goes number 3. Touch and go number 4, and he is reducing the angle, and it's time to make a transition into a bigger one, and he does it. It looks like we haven't seen such runs for a long time, since the Mirdiatulin. You know, Anton Kozlov is like a tamer of BMWs, because BMW is an incredibly naughty car. But he is operating it, he's manipulating it, and it is doing exactly what he wants. And this is the impression that I've got. But I recall the previous season when there was a lot of suffering. The car was brought to the stand at least 10 times, because it was a new car. And Anton Kozlov wasn't really familiar with it. Anton Kozlov spent a year to tame it. and the engine was giving him hard time. And finally, the super final in Rostov-on-Don, some sensors went off, the engine turned the ignition off and said, I don't want it anymore. And that's it. And that was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Those who have ever seen Anton Kozlov, he is always a calm and polite person, but then that was the moment when his patience simply exploded, and the engine was replaced. Now there is a JZ under the bonnet, and everything is okay. Yesterday he had some little things, but he resolved everything, eliminated it all, and since that time everything has been running right for him. And this is 97 points for the first run. This is a ticket. This is definitely a ticket with no doubts. This is a business class ticket. He is fourth. This was the good upgrade, Anton Kozlov. And one more run to do. About JZ, here's what I want to say. Anton Kozlov made 2 phone calls to 2 Denises, Denis Ponomarev and Denis Smigal. And under the supervision of Anton Kozlov, Denis Smigal was practicing in between these seasons. I thought it would be a transfer of the year, but no, there would not. And the last contender of the qualifying round, he is about to begin his qualifying run. Evgeny Spirin from VS team, representing the city of Novosibirsk. This is the Supra that I saw this one yesterday. I didn't see Alexei Vakhtin's Supra. Okay, so now Evgeny Spirin's collecting touch and go 1 wheel outside the white line, collecting touch and go 2. Very well on the sweeper. Here he is running slightly too wide at the exit, and then he runs through touch and go 4, missing it, but he takes touch and go number 5, makes a transition touch and go 6, and misses touch and go 7, because running on this line with such big swings must be really hard. It started off very well, but then suddenly it looked like one missed checkpoint, one missed clip made it all fall apart like a set of dominoes. But then this line pulled the other parameters. Here, maybe he should have kept the speed under control. Maybe the slowdown wasn't efficient in the broader parts of the track. The line is such a derivative value. It's also a consequence of the angle, because this is inertia, and when you try to do a transition, it gets very dramatic, but it doesn't bring the consequences that the driver needs. So this is a system. There are lots of factors, different interconnections and stuff. Here it is definitely missed, no doubts. And here once again, the speed was fine, and there are things to work on, because the situation is not hopeless. But it looks like at least the obvious mistakes have to be eliminated. Evgeny Spirin has got very hard relations with Moscow Raceway, especially in the downhill. In 2023, he spent his first event here. When he came first, he had 0-0, unfortunately, in this slowdown, in this deceleration zone. In the previous season, he took 28th place out of 28 contenders, unfortunately. And now you just need to show something better than 78 points, but there is a detail, because then he will knock out his friend Alexei Vakhtin. So one of them has to go, because Evgeny is still outside top 32 for an obvious reason, and if he goes up, he will kick out the one who is on the 32nd place at this moment. And would it happen? These are only clips, and they're also two. Okay, style-wise and angle-wise, it's okay. So this is what I'm saying. Little corrections, a good acceleration. So it all looks like drifting. 17:32.532. It makes a total of 81.5. So it looks like, yes, we can unfortunately state that VS team are not going to top 32 altogether. Alexei Vakhtin is now out. He goes down to the 33rd line. But okay, let's draw the results later. It's still too early. We've got Roman Tivadar, who is going his second run, and the first he had 89 points. Does it take him to top 32? Yes. Is it okay for his ambition? No. Takayama forward Ota. And now he's going on his second run. So this is the time to improve, not to get in that meat mincer. Okay, so here is a transition, careful one, without any feats like the Miriatulin did. So now he's got to run it without any serious mistakes. And then he's moving through number 5 into number 6. And now very precisely he is running through the racing track to the finish. At this track, Roman Tivadar doesn't only have easy time. Last year he was 4th in the qualifying rating when he finished in top 8. But his best performance was 2nd place in 2022. He was on the podium. And we are now looking at the double replay. And well, it is all obvious. It is absolutely obvious that there is an improvement, and I'm sure that it's going to be pretty dramatic. We will wait for what the judges say, but I don't really see mistakes that you see and you say, hey, yeah, that's it. This is now about the small details, but Roman Tivadar is a person who is used to working in this environment. Sometimes he can be slightly better, sometimes he can be slightly worse, and it all makes a certain impact on the overall rating. I tried to analyze this run, but I just cannot see anything because this car is so beautiful. Gold on gold. In cloudy weather, it doesn't look that beautiful, but under the sun, it's so beautiful. Roman Tivadar represents one of the sunniest cities of Russia. He's from Sochi, so it makes sense. I'm not sure whether we can find any line mistakes, so I didn't see any, and I'm sure that everyone agrees with me. But well, as for the rest, the most interesting things begin, but I will keep quiet and we will see it later when we see the titles, because some interesting perspective may open up. There may be something interesting for Takayama forward Ota, because something is already developing, like a developing photograph, like a Polaroid picture that is being developed. And it is getting really exciting. I really want to see where it takes us. Roman Tivadar is already in top 32. This is not surprising to anyone. No one really worried about it, unlike Nikita Shikov, who has got a 0 for the first run. And we don't have any information about his technical condition. Is it a problem with the car? Has it been fixed? Or was it just an eclipse or some misunderstanding? But well, this is it. Without Davidyansk, without this Davidyansk guy, I think Mikhail Davidyansk should be very careful in the evening. Okay, so I think he was very close to 100. It was a great attempt, a great run, but not a victorious one. This is 95 points, which is rank 7. Yes, so he totally improved his ranking position, but I would also like to point out that we've got a very diverse qualifying top. I mean, team representation, because this guy can also go higher than that, because statistically he always makes an improvement in the second run, especially at this track. So we can put our calculators away and just prepare our hands to applause. Damir Yatulin, Fresh Racing, one of the main architects of the team's title victory. no doubt. And the first sector, also very good. He's exactly within the track borders. Now the third clip. How does this guy do it? It looked like the car was about to go off, but without any obvious effort, like he's doing it with telepathy, and then he simply continues without any questions. And the last no goes on that ruined it all in the previous run. Even the Vidants couldn't ruin anything because Damir did it all himself. I know, Mikhail, you can hear me. I don't mean anything bad. I'm really happy that you are with us because Anton Novikov decided to leave the judges' tower. No one actually dismissed him. It's great that we have found such a replacement. And we really loved listening to your comments at the Winter Camp. And I hope that you will do the same today and tomorrow and let us know what is happening, what you're discussing, and why you make these decisions, not those ones. It would be always fun to see how the judges make their decisions. But so how would you evaluate it? Because it was such a flow, you know? One big flow, one big move. It was so smooth. A tiny, tiny little handbrake pull. I have a feeling that it really didn't change the speed in any possible way. It's definitely a maximum for the line, no doubt. But speaking about the rest, Evgeny Losev, Denis Smigal, and the rest of the team are like, okay, don't we deserve? But we commiserate all the participants, all the contenders, and I guess the decision has already been made. And you're gonna see it. Who could ruin it all? Of course that's Davidans. Of course that's him. Half a point. Come on, seriously. Why? It's not only cosplaying Arkady Tsaregradzev. This is 34.5 for the angle, and this is 99.5, and we've got a new qualifying leader, Damir Giatulin, half a point away from another 100. It could have been a great tradition, because it's a great tradition when Damir Giatulin comes in April and wins the qualifying. It's like in chess, whites come and win. I've got some information about the first run of Nikita Shikov. It was a map sensor error. So it was a technical thing. It was not Nikita himself. This technical thing held him back. So let's keep our fingers crossed for Nikita and see his second qualifying run. He's gonna save himself. Super A90, nicknamed Graza, and Nikita Shikov, nicknamed Nikita Shikov, together on their second attempt. Let's support this driver with our hearts and souls. Yeah, you can see how the Supra is spinning around. Yes, of course, he did use some handbrake at a certain moment, passing by 3/3. This is gonna be a big penalty, of course. The last transition, the last sector, and yeah, very generous angle indeed. And now it looks pretty threshold-like, but I think he is more likely to be in top 32 than no. How could we forget that Nikita Shikov is the chic guy? But, well, whatever. This is the most experienced driver of Russian Drift Series. From the very first season, Nikita has been with us. He hasn't missed a single season. He has missed some of the events, but by the number of events he spent in our official competitions, he is second to none. For number lovers, he is spending his 89th event in RDSGP, so the next one will be his 90th. The closest by experience would be Georgy Chevchan with 62 events, which is pretty impressive as well, but this is still 27 less. Then the next one is Arkady, Evgeny Losev, and so on and so forth. But this moment will definitely spoil it for Nikita. Here was some handbrake pull, and also the no-goes on, which he was not supposed to do at all. But, well, what can we do? Compared to the first run, the progress is obvious. No errors whatsoever. Everything is on, everything is working. He reaches the finish, it's okay. But now we would like to understand what happens to the result, what the final score would be like. And now we see that we're about to hear the ba-ba-ba-bum, because we are waiting for the score of Nikita Shikov. And also we're waiting for the second run of Vladislav Popov, because the entire team is kind of agitated. Very concerned about their tournament destiny. Ilya Popov is now the 30th. Arkady Seregratsev is the 31st. And Vladislav Popov has one more run to do, just like Vladislav Yerofeev, who is 27th. But Vladislav Yerofeev, I guess, is not going home anyway. He will be in top 32. But if he's the only one, that would be fun. Okay, so this is 21, 31, 32. For the line, angle and style respectively, and this is a -6 for the wheels, and this is a yes. He's in top 32, 84 points. He's 26th. Congrats. But someone is going home, and we don't know yet who that's going to be, because Vladislav Popov has one more run to do. And it's not really clear, because he's got the same score as Arkady Seregratsev, 79.5. And the second run of Vladislav Popov can change something. And we are now proceeding to Grigory Burlutsky, who has got 82.5. He's 27th. And he's safe. He's generally safe. But just like everyone else, he wants to get as high as possible. Let's see whether he succeeds. He is finishing the first sector after touch and go 2. Then there is a transition. Beautiful and smoky, sliding along the white line, but maybe a little bit too long. And then the car immediately steps off, and 3/3 is outside its reach. And now in the last sector, I have a little doubt whether the no-go zone border has been crossed or not. Now let's analyze. Let's analyze, see and compare. 82.5 was his best result. And would it be higher or not? He is more careful in touch and go 2, and he is a little bit more daring in the third sector, but he didn't get all the touch and goes number 3. No problems with touch and go number 4. So he was close to getting in the no-go zone, but he didn't. But he got in the touch and go 7. But was he deep enough? Or wasn't he too deep? It looks like he was in the no-go zone, not the touch and go. So this is a question. So once again, let's enjoy this view. I think this is the most spectacular here at Moscow Raceway, this classic configuration. One of the most spectacular in our season. There is also one very beautiful one in Nizhny Novgorod, where we go for our third event, when there is that takeoff and all the curves and bends of the asphalt and the debris that have been accumulated for the years and decades of drifting competitions. You just don't know, because you are not in drifting for such a long time. But, you know, it looks like the debris has been accumulating there in Nizhny Novgorod for centuries, and a lot has been created. There is a hotel, a pit building, beautiful stands, but the debris are still there, and no one's going to clean it up. I don't know how we survived 2 years without the circuit in Nizhny Novgorod, because now it's so good. But back then, when we just getting started, we had very hard time with autodromes. Okay, so whatever. 2012 Nizhny Novgorod, but in 2010 there wasn't. But 2012, it was so exciting. There was a sandstorm, for example, and we had to spray the asphalt with water, and we had a tent as infrastructure, and it was everything we had. Okay, whatever. Grigory Burlutsky, run number 2, and he's got 27, 30, and 31.5, and there is an improvement. It is not a small one, it's quite a significant one. And this improvement allows him to rise several steps higher. Let's see, 27, 38, 31.5, and this is 88.5, and he's 22nd. Congratulations to Grigory Burlutsky, but not congratulations to us all, because I had to look up the Nizhny Novgorod history. Because in our statistics, year 2010 is somehow lost. But the Nizhny Novgorod event was there, but in 2011 there was none. I don't know why, I don't remember. I think I should ask Alexander Smoler when I have a moment. And we will find out the truth. Okay, now Denis Sarakaput from VS team. And this is the guy who is taking us to the first sector this time. First touch and go is taken, the second one is taken, then the transition, and whoa, that is too much angle. But no, he didn't give up, he didn't panic. Yes, this is at least -5, but he is not giving up. He continues pressing it, he continues pressing the right pedal, and we always encourage such attitude and no serious mistakes after. And where is Denis in our tournament ranking? He's 20th with his 89.5 points, so he has reserved a place in the top 32. He is sure that he is gonna be competing after lunch. He's gonna struggle for the tomorrow's racing, and he will meet someone from the top of the rating, I guess, because in the second run it was very fun, it was spectacular, it was mesmerizing, but 2 wheels were outside, at least 2. And plus, there are lots of other things happening, and you know that all these mistakes build up. I guess it will be at least 10 or 12 points taken away from him, or maybe even more. And I remind you that in the first run his score was 89.5, which is 10 points less than 100, just in case someone didn't know. Oh, it hurts me to see, really. It was not 3, but it was really dangerous. We're waiting for the results. This process is still on. I wonder what his speed was when he got there. So, dear Drift Dynamics system, mirror, mirror. This is not like Gocha. He's got 143, and in the slowest part he's got 63. Pretty dynamic. How are you doing, guys? How are you? Are you getting a little warmer under the sun? Yes, you should wear black in this weather. This is a great choice because it brings on the sunshine. Any wind-resistant clothes is also very much encouraged. And on the horizon, you can see what is developing. I hope it stays there. And warm hats. Also, not the tradition, it's not the memory of Anatoly Sherbak, who will join us after a while. Maybe he will be with the Fresh, because they are very good friends. They even have some partnership in the Arabic countries. So you can join a team for 3 events to help them. You cannot, you're allowed to do this. Even if you're not as good as Denis or Ilya, you can still do something. You can still support your team. 5 points. And only 3 points for the line. This is for 3/2. And, well, and all the rest. But generally speaking about the style in the second sector, it is what he's got the major part of the deductions. Thank God it was not a 0. And he saved himself. It's 81.5. Yes, there is no improvement, no repetition, but nevertheless, he is still in top 32. With such a tough mistake, he is still in the battle. And now here comes the hard situation. If Vladislav Popov gets a result which is better than 79.5, he is gonna kick Arkady Tsaregratsev out. And this is, well, a very unexpected plot twist. Vladislav Popov from Likar Одержимый Motorsport is beginning his next run. He had 79.5 points, I remind you. And here we begin. Last year, this configuration, he was a winner of the qualifying round. And where has it all gone? Why is he going outside? Well, one will, but still, he's going there as though he's supposed to. Then he's getting another touch, and then he misses touch and go 5, the last sector. And yes, he takes the last touch and go number 7. And my general impression is that there's no improvement. It was okay. He takes all the inner touch and goes, and he doesn't fall outside, which is already a lot. Missing one touch and go over 3 or 4 points is not as serious as missing 2 inner touch and goes, going too deep, which means getting a 2-time -6-point deduction. It is -12, so it would bring more questions than answers. Yes, he had one wheel outside, yes, but that's fine. You know, it happens to everyone. It has happened to many drivers this far, even to those who are in top 32 already. So this is a very complicated place, for sure. It's very hard to handle. You've got to catch the line, you've got to see it, and once you have crossed it, it may be very hard to get back. So it takes precision, it takes accuracy to get there. And not everyone, and very few people have it. Very few people have whatever it takes. Arkady Tsaregratsev is now 32nd, and a lot depends on the judges. Premature acceleration, says Vladimir Safonov, drawing our attention to the fact. And we will be more attentive looking at it. It is sometimes hard to evaluate the rotation, the spinning of the wheel. But you know, this moment requires aggression. It is not a big penalty. It is 1.5 points. But still, anyway. It is from 0.5 points to 1.5 points. And this can be a factor that might determine the winner of a tandem run. Just if you compare the score in tandem runs, if one of the drivers opens up on time and the other one doesn't, it may be a game changer. So let's check it out now. In touch and go 5. But I was speaking about a different thing. All right, so this is the upset of the event. No one expected that. No one bet on that. But this is 87 points. And 87 points, and it means that Arkady Tsaregratsev is out. This way, Ilya Popov has 80 points on the 32nd place, and Arkady Tsaregratsev is 33rd. Wow. This is getting more and more interesting, and this guy has got nothing to worry about. This is Vladislav Yerofeev, another driver of Likar Одержимый Motorsport. And here we go. Let's take a ride with Vladislav, who may improve his position and maybe get another opponent. We don't know who he's getting right now, and it wouldn't really help us anyway, because everything may change a correction. And whoa. Stop. Great. Misses the touch and go. No improvement generally, but well, he had 81, and I guess that this is something about it as well. Or maybe it will be less than 80, but that's okay. This is just fine. This is enough. This is not something that might change his position. So just pull yourself together for top 32. Just do something more like the one on the left than the one on the right. But, you know, we don't know who he's hitting. Is he hitting Evgeny Losev or Timofey Dobrovolsky? none of them would be really nice. And Ilya Fedorov is the only driver who is now a candidate to get to top 32 while he's on the 38th place. If he does what he usually does, I mean, a nice and precise run by clips and touch and goes, there is a very high probability that he might get more than 80 points. And if he does get a higher score, he does have a chance to get to top 32. Even if Ilya Fedorov gets 80 points, he will be ranked higher than Ilya Popov. So this is the way it works. 80 points is the borderline, and Ilya Fedorov has got to get it to find himself in top 32. And he's the only person on this planet who can, first of all, determine his own destiny and the destiny of Ilya Popov. Speaking about half a points, so this is exactly the situation. Even half a points can change everything. And if it changes, there still will be the same half a points in between ranks 32 and 33. It is all so disturbing. But I think that we've got a little break. I mean, Kirill Matskevich is not someone to worry about. Anton Kozlov is nothing to worry about. Evgeny Spirin, Vladislav Yerofeev, and Ilya Fedorov. So Ilya Fedorov is the most bothering one. He is now in the knockout zone, but he might find himself in top 32. Ilya Fedorov, by the way, is going next after Kirill Matskevich, who is now burning out. But looking at how the cars are arranged in the gathering zone, it is in there. And there is also the car of Ilya Fedorov and Anton Kozlov and Evgeny Spirin, the last one, who is not the only one representing VS team, but they lost Alexei Vakhtin already. Who else is there? Takayama Forward Auto are not getting to the next stage together. Star Per Stars, Avtoban, Predator Drift Team lost Alexei Kozlov, and Leka Одержимые Motorsport lost their leader. Well, if anyone bet on this, you guys must have won a lot of money. And you are very non-standard thinkers. Vladislav Yerofeev and his results, 18, 24.5 and 26.5. What Mikhail Davidians is doing is a massacre, absolute massacre. So this is 69. 69, I was absolutely correct. But we are not worried at all. I'm sure that Vladislav can learn his lesson and everything will be correct next time. So let's proceed. Kirill Matskevich is the next one. Let's take a trip with him. He is the 21st and he had 89 points. So this is the situation. 1000 HP, Supra A80 Victoria. Okay, well, Victoria, is it like a woman's name or is it like Victory? Here comes Kirill Matskevich, time up team, and the first sector. Was it an effective opening, effective acceleration? We will compare our observations, touch and go 2, and now here's such a good movement, and then the harmony simply falls apart here. When it's good, Kirill, bravo. And then there is a transition in the last sector and the last touch and go, and would it be an improvement? It does look like one. I've got some questions about the second sector, and if the second sector was a little better than it was, I would probably say that it's a 90 plus, but in a touch and go, I had some questions as well, and also I had some questions about the touch and goes number 3. He simply missed them. The second attempt is better than the first one. Just simply stylistically, not as far as the criterion is concerned. I mean, the general impression, the general vibe. I know that subjectiveness is not right, but it works anyway. It is there anyway. that sometimes two different runs with the same score can leave different impressions. This distribution of the score can be very different. In the second sector, there will be a serious deduction for the angle. It was a serious angle deviation. The acceleration is ineffective, but it's half a point ineffective, slightly ineffective, says Vladimir Safonov. Maybe he doesn't even know that we follow him, but we are going to follow him because we already see some difference between Grigory Gusev and his start and what Kirill Matskevich is showing us. So the smoke was coming from where it had to come, but it had to do it differently. So we are waiting for the score, of course, and Ilya Fedorov is burning out, and he is the person who is gonna show us the final of the story. Thank you very much. I want to express all my respect. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being here. No matter the weather, no matter this discomfort, you are still here, and there are more and more of you coming. For winter, it would be very hot, of course, but now it's not. It feels very different. So, dear judges, here you are. And this is the result. Even Mikhail Davidyans looks like a human here. And the situation, touch and go 3/2, ruins the impression, but still it's a 90 plus. 91, well, great. This is a 2-point improvement, but this is an improvement that helps him take off to the 16th line. And this is 91, and it changes a lot for Kirill Matskevich. He is 16th. He overruns Daniil Skorobogatov, who also had 91, but the other attempt was 74. And this is the difference that can change it all. This is the density. So now we know our goals, we know our tasks. Let's start working. This is what we say to Ilya Fedorov. This is your last chance. This is your last chance to show a performance that would be better than 80 points. Ilya Fedorov initiates. He has just pressed the right pedal, just not overdo it. One wheel outside immediately. It's good that it's not two. Then he is playing with the pedals, with the handbrakes, with the pedals again. Then he tries to collect something in the threes. He gets TG4. Wow. Then the last transition. Of course, the angles are out of questions. But at least there was no critical mistake with touch and go 7. We are all very nervous. And let me explain what just happened to Ilya Fedorov, why it's so hard for him to follow this line. The reason is that the engine is weak, and it makes him set up high pressure on the rear wheels. The high pressure in the rear wheel reduces the grip. And the thing is, little grip, very little grip. You can see that the car is slipping. This little grip doesn't allow him go precisely on the correct line. So everything is interconnected. Why would a drift car need the power? This is why. But it looks like he did it well in the first sector, except for the one wheel penalty. But too much grip is also bad, because then the car wouldn't want to drift. And this is one of the reasons why the tire width is limited, because this is the contact spot. And the grip depends on the contact spot dimensions as well. And if you take a look at some other series that have other rules and regulations, they may use much wider tires. And this is one of the problems of Formula Drift, because they have been playing with it too much. They've got power sliding, very little close drifting. But this is, well, American thing. This is what they like. Speaking about contact spots and wheel width, the area and the friction should be connected, but the tire doesn't work that simple. The contact spot also determines your temperature stability. When it's too little, the tire overheats and it wears out faster. And in such temperatures, the overheated tire begins to flow and it loses all its properties. It turns into clay. And therefore, you shouldn't really forget that this is not the way it works. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Wow. It looks like it's a no, or... We will see it now. Let us not jump to conclusions. Okay, so a loss for one person is a victory for another. And this is 76. Unfortunately, he doesn't go to top 32. He is not one of the lucky 32, but Ilya Popov stays. So we've got one Ilya in top 32, and we've got another one. Ilya Fedorov is 36th. And now here comes one but last contender, Anton Kozlov. But this is just for the sake of drifting. Anton Kozlov may be a candidate for the victory because he had 97 points in the first run. But we understand everything. We understand the experience, the skill level. So, yes, so we're looking at Anton Kozlov as a person who is definitely capable of getting that goddamn 100, even with Mikhail Davidyans on the judges' tower. And here we go, and the snow is falling again. It is not of big help. Of course, now he is drawing a line on the outside edge, and then he is shifting here very skillfully. Then he makes another transition into touch and go 6. And then he goes here inwards to the finish. So what can I tell you? My first impression. This is not Damir. Even though it was very beautifully made. But it is rather a no than a yes. This is something like Zen Buddhism style. Very precise. Very smooth, very good. But just like you said about James Dean, it's very sterile. These runs are less emotional than Damir has got, but here, well, I remember this feeling again. There is a feeling of a ringing string. But this is exactly what happened to Evgeny Losev, who risked it but overdid it, and everything fell apart. And he was somewhere there in the depth of the table where we don't usually look for him usually. And with Damir, it's not a 100. We will ask Davidyans why. But that feeling didn't go anywhere. It was tangible, even though it was hard to verbalize. This is what I want to say. And now we are waiting for the score once again. And let's go on, because we've got one run away from the end of the qualifying, and this is -3, -5.5. So there is no improvement. So there was too much of the left foot, to my taste. But the runs were great. The first one was better. And this is what we thought. Would it be simple to chase Anton Kozlov? I guess yes, pretty much. Okay, so line-wise, everything is clear and predictable. It is totally chaseable. Yevgeny Spirin, 81.5 in the first run, and he's 29th in the qualifying, and it looks like he is only one place worse than last year, but in fact it's 3 positions higher. At least he's not on the bottom. Okay, so this is the last run of this qualifying. Yevgeny Spirin from VS team. And yes, he can check his adjustments in this weather, which is not really leaving us alone. One wheel outside, once or twice. Then he is moving inward. And this is quite a good run. You know, I even have a feeling that there is an improvement vibe about it. The last sector under the wheels of the Supra, and here there is a mega question about the no-go zone at the finish. what different weather in different parts of the screen and different runs, very different. Evgeny, as a Siberian, knows, and he is probably... But you know, the weather in Siberia is now better than here. This is why he came to Moscow, to enjoy snowing for a longer time. Of course, it's not so. I'm just kidding. But while you're watching the run, we will start top 32 at 4:25. So we are behind. We are behind the schedule. Well, sorry, the parade. I'm sorry. The runs will begin at 5 o'clock p.m. Moscow time. So the parade and the autograph session for those who are here will begin from 3:45, and then at 5 we will continue our runs. 5 o'clock, top 32 begins. Yeah, the qualifying was slightly too long, and we could expect that. As I have already said, we are ready to sacrifice our vocal cords, then go and take our spare ones just to continue top 32 and top 16. And those who like our pre-race, unfortunately, it wouldn't happen today. We will do it tomorrow, because today we have no time. Tomorrow we'll make it longer. We will speak to Damir as we usually do when we interview the qualifying winner. But, well, okay, this is not a matter of victory. But anyway, all right, this is 84. Yeah, 84 is an improvement. That was a good run in general. I like the performance of Evgeny Spirin at the start of this season. Even with such a big penalty for the last touch and go, regardless of that 6 points deduction, he managed to improve his performance. And he also did it in this bizarre weather. Well done, Evgeny. Great job, seriously. Of course, I hope... I wish Alexei Vakhtin would have been there, because VS team is quite a convincing team. But, well, I can see you are making right HR decisions. It looks like the absence of practice shows its results. And there were some distracting factors. For example, Evgeny had to miss the entire practice day. Congratulations to Anatoly Kizin, who made it to top 32. Damir Dyaturin, another qualifying victory. Congratulations. What can we say? Nothing to say about it. We have said everything we thought about it. Artem Shabanov, magnificent. The reigning champion. Evgeny Losev, not too far away. Then Timofey Dobrovolsky, Anton Kozlov. Wow. Yeah, so this is a very interesting sequence. Then we've got, of course, Lukoil Racing Drift Team. All together, Danilo Vorobyov, Anton Klemko, Andrei Astavov and Artyom Leitis. Denis Migali on the 13th place with 92.5 points. You cannot get to top 16 without 90 plus. Kirill Matskevich on the 16th position with 91 points. And then he moved Danilo Skorobogatov, who also has 91 points, and even Leonid Schneider with 90.5, and he's only 18th. Ahead of Grigory Gusiev, then Denis Kaput, who didn't put his new team to shame. Ivan Palmin, nice debut. 89.5. He's performed better than Grigory Burlutsky. Then Alexander Abramov with 88 points. That takes him to the 23rd line of the rating. Also very good. Vladislav Popov, the best of Likar Derzymy Motorsport, on the 24th position after solo runs. I can't believe I can see it. Anatoly Kizin, congratulations. Really, 85.5. Very good for a rookie, and he even overran such an experienced driver Sergei Sak with the same result. Ilya Polishuk, 85. But Ilya, by the way, has got an interesting trait of character. In qualifying, he doesn't seem concentrated. He seems to be very relaxed. But once the tandem runs begin, then he starts showing something crazy. And then we also say congratulations to all those who jumped on the last positions. Vladislav Popov, Evgeny Spirin, congratulations. Nikita Shikov, I wish your car good health. And of course, we want to thank everyone for participations. We feel very bad that Arkady Tseregradzev, Alexei Vakhtin, Alexei Kozlov, Ilya Fedorov, Petr Borodin, Ruslan Arefyev, Anton Dmitrienko, and Dmitry Sherbina have to leave our competition. These are the 8 drivers who unfortunately didn't make it to top 32, and Boris Abramov, whose car failed him yesterday. So the season's gonna be long. Just don't be sad, and we will take a little break to come back with the Drivers' Parade.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
РДС-GP – это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Вы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
Ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Еще и запекать.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем. I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Thank you.